Let's see when this is all over.
Whatever you say, cry baby!
Cry, baby! You're calling me cry, baby!
Crying soon!
And that's the band pick. Heinrich and Lilith are off the table. Match incoming.
Know what a safe slot is? I'm about to wipe the floor with them.
Wipe the floor with us? Guess you didn't see your lineup just got encountered.
Next time, take the front line. Download Ethereum Restart. Win your way to the top.
安らかに眠ってベレッタ。敵は撃つわ。マーベル、あなたは残って全部任せてちょうだい。眠ってなさい。待っていたわよ、角度。
ここまでだ、ヨレ。
乱暴な男は嫌われるわよ。あなたの茶番はこれで終わり。
Welcome all hyperlinkers. Join the 2025 EWS Global Invitational. This is Etherea's first global, highest-level esports competition. Players must demonstrate professional gameplay, strategic analysis, and mental fortitude to claim victory. Champion, $15,000. Runner-up, $7,000. Top 4, semifinalists, $4,000 each. The competition will progress through 3 stages to crown the ultimate champion. Online qualifiers, playoffs, and the grand finals. 128 players from dozens of countries worldwide competed in the online qualifiers. After 2 intense days and 7 rounds of Swiss system matches, the top 8 players have advanced to the playoffs. The playoffs and grand finals will be held offline in Shanghai, China on July 19th through 20th. On the first competition day, the 8 playoff players will battle it out in a single elimination bracket. The final 2 players will advance to the grand finals to compete. The last day, these 2 players will compete for the first EWS Global Invitational champion. The champion will earn the right to face a mystery legendary star in a special showdown. Additionally, the offline event will feature an invitational show match. 6 special guests from 3 major global regions will be divided into 2 teams for an entertaining exhibition match. What kind of spectacular moments will unfold on stage? Who will become the strongest hyperlinker of the first Etheria World Summit Global Invitational? Stay tuned for the incredible performances of the EWS Hyperlinker in 2025.
Hello, my name is Gotcha Smack. I'm a content creator on both YouTube and Twitch.
Hi, I'm Shizo from the Netherlands, also content creator on both YouTube and Twitch.
I'm Jamer Studio from Thailand.
We're all excited to be here in Shanghai, China for the international tournament for Etheria Restart. And it's been truly an honor and a privilege to get to meet some of the other players and share their passion and joy for the game.
Hello, I'm YDCB.
Hello guys, I'm Limu TV.
Hey guys, I'm Mr. Pokey.
And we are so glad to be able to finally meet you Ethereum Restart fans. I hear we have a lot of you supporting our team, so we're going to make sure not to let you down.
ก็ชอบทีมเร็วนะแต่ว่าเกมนี้เนี่ยก็จะมีทีมหลายแบบมากนะครับทีมเร็วเนี่ยผมชอบเพราะว่ามันค่อนข้างจะจบได้เร็วเคลียร์แมตช์ได้เร็วไฟนอลได้ค่อนข้างเร็วนะครับแต่ต่อปลายเกมแล้วเนี่ยผมก็จะชอบทีมถึกแหละเพราะว่าก็ตามเมตากรรมตามกลยุทธ์ของเกมนะครับผมประมาณนี้
100% Gamba player. That's the whole point of playing gacha games, right? Is the thrill of gambling and winning, right? Take a risk and win. That is the best feeling ever.
Well, to be honest, in fitness, it's a test of courage, strength, and perseverance. I look forward to seeing these attributes in my competitors, in particular, Mr. Pokey.
I think one of the favorite scores I've been trying is in PvP is Revelation. So I basically use Revelation for all of my supports. So when they ban away the Mio or the Lilies, if I go for Revelation on Freya, on Kazuyo, she just do so much damage. Even the enemy run bloodbath, they just don't stand a chance.
So the strategy of animals that I like to use are mostly swift rush based, so very fast units outspeeding the enemy, but I also love to use Borg because Borg gives me that immunity. And immunity gives me the edge. If the opponent does outspeed me, I can still take my victory by denying all of those stuns, sleeps, or anything that could come my way.
The most important things in the game, especially in RTA, so PvP, I think it's draft and the game. Like, it's 50-50. Like, the draft is so many important to just counter the opponents.
Well, I've seen the lineup of the enemy team, but none of them actually seem that challenging. Maybe YCB, but the other ones, I think I definitely take them.
They think they're gonna win, but they're gonna just watch us to destroy them.
Get break and taking the win, period.
All I want to say to you is luck may grace you again.
I don't even remember who we're playing against because these are nobody, so we could take the win anyways.
I was supposed to trash out them, but I just think that it's just gonna be a joke of a fiesta, so yep.
I look forward to playing Mr. Pokey in this tournament, but after I'm done with him, his name will be Mr. Choke.
Solid squad. DPS. Healer. CC. We're locked in. Wait, swapped already? Bold move. But Leon can steal turn meter. We're good. Again? What kind of team comp is this? If I'm in, we win! You're swapping me out now? What were you thinking? I'm AoE.
This may actually work.
I am the damage. No rush. Your dream team takes time. Download now and get SSR Lingluo for free.
Hontou 深海タワーに行かずこんなところで関東だなんてもう深海グループはルパートの手中に落ちたわあなた今の自分の境遇を分かってるええご心配には及びません私にも考えがあります
奴を捕らえろ決してあそこに近づけさせるな
あなた方だけでですかカマキリ墨を伺い傍若後にあり存分に策を練りなさいルパート私の運命は私が決めるあなたにはその貪欲と傲慢の代償を払ってもらいますやっとおいでになられたのですね裁判官先生 Just give up.
Save your words. I'm not letting her go.
She'll never make you happy.
No! Every second with her was pure joy. You wouldn't get it.
Look at you. Pathetic.
Go! Show me what you made of. Finish this! I told you to finish him.
Hey, it's okay. You'll find someone who's
Knew I could count on you. There was some slick work in little come.
Only the perfect shell can complete your bond. Download Ethereal Restart. Your shell is waiting.
夢は何を映すもの？予言？導き？それとも心の叫び？夢に溺れる人を大勢見てきた。悪夢の中で泣き叫ぶ人たちも皆恐れ堕落し夢の養分となった。彼らは螺旋に続く回廊を前に夢の言葉に耳を塞いだの。それでも私は意志を背負い進むわ。変えるために運命も未来も私が導く。Come on, brother. No shame in losing to your sister. I am 1,000 times stronger after all.
Don't feel bad. Most people can handle me.
Big talk from the guy who was always getting beat up.
Let's see when this is all over.
Whatever you say, crybaby.
Crybaby? You're calling me a crybaby?
Crying soon.
And that's the band pick. Heinrich and Lilith are off the table. Match incoming.
Know what a safe slot is? I'm about to wipe the floor with them.
Wipe the floor with us? Guess you didn't see your lineup just got encountered.
Next time, take the front line. Download Ethereal Restart. Win your way to the top.
安らかに眠ってベレッタ。敵は撃つわ。マーベル、あなたは残って全部任せてちょうだい。眠ってなさい。待っていたわよ、角度。ここまでよ。乱暴な男は嫌われるわよ。あなたの茶番はこれで終わり。
Welcome all hyperlinkers. Join the 2025 EWS Global Invitational. This is Etherea's first global, highest-level esports competition. Players must demonstrate professional gameplay, strategic analysis, and mental fortitude to claim victory. Champion, $15,000. Runner-up, $7,000. Top 4, semifinalists, $4,000 each. The competition will progress through 3 stages to crown the ultimate champion. Online qualifiers, playoffs, and the grand finals. 128 players from dozens of countries worldwide competed in the online qualifiers. After 2 intense days and 7 rounds of Swiss system matches, The top 8 players have advanced to the playoffs. The playoffs and grand finals will be held offline in Shanghai, China on July 19th through 20th. On the first competition day, the 8 playoff players will battle it out in a single elimination bracket. The final 2 players will advance to the grand finals to compete. The last day, these 2 players will compete for the first EWS Global Invitational champion. The champion will earn the right to face a mystery legendary star in a special showdown. Additionally, the offline event will feature an invitational show match. 6 special guests from 3 major global regions will be divided into 2 teams for an entertaining exhibition match. What kind of spectacular moments will unfold on stage? Who will become the strongest hyperlinker of the first Etheria World Summit Global Invitational? Stay tuned for the incredible performances of the EWS Hyperlinker in 2025.
Hello, my name is Gotcha Smack. I'm a content creator on both YouTube and Twitch.
Hi, I'm Shizo from the Netherlands, also content creator on both YouTube and Twitch.
I'm Jamer Studio from Thailand.
We're all excited to be here in Shanghai, China for the international tournament for Etheria Restart. And it's been truly an honor and a privilege to get to meet some of the other players and share their passion and joy for the game.
Hello, I'm YDCB.
Hello guys, I'm Limu TV.
Hey guys, I'm Mr. Pokey.
And we are so glad to be able to finally meet you Etheria Restart fans. I hear we have a lot of you supporting our team, so we're going to make sure not to let you down.
ก็ชอบทีมเร็วนะแต่ว่าเกมนี้เนี่ยก็จะมีทีมหลายแบบมากนะครับทีมเร็วเนี่ยผมชอบเพราะว่ามันค่อนข้างจะจบได้เร็วเคลียร์แมตช์ได้เร็วไฟนอลได้ค่อนข้างเร็วนะครับแต่ตอนปลายเกมแล้วเนี่ยผมก็จะชอบทีมถึกแหละเพราะว่าก็ตามเมตากรรมตามกลยุทธ์ของเกมนะครับผมประมาณนี้
100% Gamba player. That's the whole point of playing gacha games, right? It's the thrill of gambling and winning, right? Take a risk and win. That is the best feeling ever.
Well, to be honest, in fitness, it's a test of courage, strength, and perseverance. I look forward to seeing these attributes in my competitors, in particular, Mr. Pokey.
I think one of the favorite scores I've been trying is in PvP is Revelation. So I basically use Revelation for all of my supports. So when they ban away the Mio or the Lilies, if I go for Revelation on Freya, on Kazuyo, she just do so much damage. Even the enemy run blood buff, they just don't stand a chance.
So the strategy of animals that I like to use are mostly swift rush based, so very fast units outspeeding the enemy, but I also love to use Borg because Borg gives me that immunity. And immunity gives me the edge. If the opponent does outspeed me, I can still take my victory by denying all of those stuns, sleeps, or anything that could come my way.
The most important things in the game, especially in RTA, so PvP, I think it's draft and the game. Like, it's 50-50. Like, the draft is so many important to just counter the opponents.
Well, I've seen the lineup of the enemy team, but none of them actually seem that challenging. Maybe YCB, but the other ones, I think I definitely take them.
They think they are gonna win, but they are gonna just watch us to destroy them.
Get break and taking the win, period.
All I want to say to you is luck may grace you again.
I don't even remember who we're playing against because these are nobody, so we could take the win anyways.
I was supposed to trash out them, but I just think that it's just going to be a joke of a fiesta, so yep.
I look forward to playing Mr. Pokey in this tournament, but after I'm done with him, his name will be Mr. Choke.
Solid squad. DPS. Healer. CC. We're locked in. Wait, swapped already? Bold move. but Leon can still turn meter. Work good. Again? What kind of team comp is this? If I'm in, we win! You're swapping me out now? What were you thinking? I'm AoE.
This may actually work.
I am the damage. No rush. Your dream team takes time. Download now and get SSR Lingluo for free.
趣味をお持ちですこと。深海タワーに行かずこんなところで関東だなんて。もう深海グループはルパートの手中に落ちたわ。あなた今の自分の境遇を分かってる？
ええ、ご心配には及びません。私にも考えがあります。
奴を捕らえろ！決してあそこに近づけさせるな！
あなた方だけでですか？カマキリセミを伺い、傍若後にあり。存分に策を練りなさいルパート。私の運命は私が決める。あなたにはその貪欲と傲慢の代償を払ってもらいます。やっとおいでになられたのですね、裁判官先生。
Just give up!
Save your words. I'm not letting her go.
She'll never make you happy!
No! Every second with her was pure joy. You wouldn't get it!
Look at you! Pathetic!
Go! Show me what you're made of! Finish this! I told you to finish him!
Hey, it's okay. You'll find someone who's
Knew I could count on you! There was some slick work in little come!
Only the perfect shell can complete your bond. Download Ethereal Restart. Your shell is waiting.
夢は何を映すもの？予言？導き？それとも心の叫び？夢に溺れる人を大勢見てきた。悪夢の中で泣き叫ぶ人たちも皆恐れ堕落し、夢の養分となった。彼らは螺旋に続く回廊を前に夢の言葉に耳を塞いだの。それでも私は意志を背負い進むわ。変えるために運命も未来も私が導く。
Come on, brother. No shame in losing to your sister. I am 1,000 times stronger after all.
Don't feel bad. Most people can handle me.
Big talk from the guy who was always getting beat up.
Let's see when this is all over.
Whatever you say, cry, baby.
Cry, baby? You're calling me a cry, baby?
I'm crying soon.
That's the band pick. Heinrich and Lilith are off the table. Match incoming.
Know what a safe slot is? I'm about to wipe the floor with them.
Wipe the floor with us? Guess you didn't see your lineup just got encountered.
Next time, take the front line. Download Ethereum Restart. Win your way to the top.
安らかに眠ってベレッタ。敵は撃つわ。マーベル、あなたは残って全部任せてちょうだい。眠ってなさい。待っていたわよ、角度。
ここまでだ、ヨーヨ。
乱暴な男は嫌われるわよ。あなたの茶番は。
Nothing's ever what it seems as I was left alone to bleed, reaching for anyone or anything. I pulled myself from the dark, lonely in the dead of night. Fear became a friend of mine that I grabbed tight and tamed, a beast inside of my head. Something led me out, a very glimpse of what was soon to be the final piece of all my fantasies. Everything I ever dreamed on the horizon now, taking hold of insecurities. The strength I knew I had inside would be my savior now. Even if I fall, this could never be the end of me. As I crawl away back to my feet, bracing for the storm that tried to chase me down, like a phoenix rising from the born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fight again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to die again. Can you hear the battle cry? Whispers turning your blind eyes. Listen closely, let it in, and you'll be safe and sound. Lonely in the dead of night, take my hand and hold tight. We'll walk through fire, taming beasts inside of our heads. Something led me out, a very glimpse of what was soon to be the final piece of all my fantasies. Everything I ever dreamed on the horizon now, taking hold of insecurities. The strength I knew I had inside would be my savior now. Even if I fall, this could never be the end of me. As I crawl away back to my feet, bracing for the storm that tried to chase me down, like a phoenix rising from the heat. I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fly again. As I crawl away back to my feet, bracing for the storm that tried to die again. Rising from the I was born to fly again.
外しはしない。
均衡の名のもと裁きを下す。
裁きを受けるがいい。自業自得だ。自業自得だ。
来吧，与我共舞。炎すべての罪を燃やせつらず。今こそ夢立ちの時よ。
Welcome, Hyperlinkers! After dominating the Swiss rounds, 8 elite Hyperlinkers stand ready to clash. Let the ultimate battle begin. Right now, bring them to the stage under the glow.
Welcome to the EWS 2025 Global Invitational. I'm Matthew Fish Wong Stewart, and I'll be your host for the event, which started with 128 players in the online qualifiers, and has been since narrowed down to the 8 players that remain live here from Shanghai, China, participating in the offline quarterfinals for their share of the $30,000 prize pool. Let's kick off the event by introducing today's contestants. Starting off with Mujin. Facing off against him will be Kekka. Second match of the day, starting off, is going to be Depour. His opponent will be Shiny. In our third match, starting off, will be Yongyo. Facing off against him will be Han. And for our final match of the day, starting off will be Sarunn. His opponent and final contestant to round out the top 8 will be Reroll. These are the 8 players that made it all the way here to Shanghai for the final 2 days of competition. That's enough from me for now. Let's hand things over to our casters for the event. Vulcan and Scoundrel, take it away, gentlemen.
Welcome everybody to the casting desk here at the EWS Global Invitational 2025. I'm Scoundrel, joined by Vulcan on the caster desk for the first time ever. Mate, before we dive into this, how are you feeling?
Tournaments. We've seen a lot of different strategies, but we have had some time for them to develop their strategies more. We've seen 2 clear play styles develop, and I'm looking forward to seeing if anyone has something spicy that we haven't seen before to counter each other.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a lot before this jumped into sort of the full run of things about the types of strategies that players are bringing. Give us a flavor of like the general meta that we're going to see here.
In general, what we're expecting and what we saw a lot through the online qualifiers was turn 1 players, which are playing heavy Revelation, trying to just destroy their enemy before they get a turn. And then we got the turn 2 players going more of the bloodbath type route, especially now they've had time to farm up some lighthouse shells, which can help mitigate that, get the healing, get the advancement. So we're looking at 2 very distinct play styles, and it just so happens that the way this draw has gone, our first 4 matches are going to be what we're expecting to be turn 1 players versus turn 2 players, which means every player is going to sort of get to play their play style, and now it's about how do you pick and ban to try and stop your opponent countering your play.
And we're going to dive into like in-depth meta discussion when we get to those games. But right now, let's take a look at the players that we have here. They just got introduced on stage. Kekka, Depour, Sarunn, Reroll, Yongyo, Mujin, Shiny, and Han. Anybody that stands out to you here? I think the favorite from the majority of the analysts was Kekka up there in the top left.
Yeah, Kekka definitely doing some great things out there as well. I know Depour is a bit higher in his account value, so he could definitely have more dupes and more chances to get that extra damage in. I just want to take a quick note that 2 guilds heavily represented here, with Kekka and Depour being representing Scarlet, and then we have 5 of the others coming from Big over on the Europe side, and then Yongyo is from Church.
Yes, absolutely. It's a huge representation from the French community as well. We've got lots of French players here in this top 8. They were very consistent getting through the qualification. Now looking at the tournament format, we're over 2 days. Today you are going to be seeing the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, both best of 3s. Then we're going to be heading into tomorrow where we have the grand finals between the last 2 players standing, a best of 5 match for $15,000 Lions share of that prize pot. But if you make it to the semis, you're guaranteed $4,000, and that second place, the runner-up, gets $7,000. So lots of money on the line here at the EWS 2025 Global Invitational.
Definitely, and it's great to see these guys have been really good behind the scenes. Everyone is friends, but at the end of the day, it is a competition, so they're going to be pushing for it.
Exactly, and it's going to be really fun when we get to see those guild mates go up against each other in these latter stages of the competition too. Now, let's have a look at the bracket. Of course, first will be Kekka versus Mujin kicking things off. Then we've got Shiny versus Depour, followed by Yongyo against Han, and rounding things out with Reroll versus Sarunn. Now, Reroll and Sarunn are from the same guild, so we are going to get to see that first matchup. As you can see, at 3 p.m. we'll be doing a Mujin versus Kekka, 3:30. There or thereabouts, Depour versus Shiny. So there'll be our first 2 quarterfinals. We'll be powering through those, heading into our second 2 quarterfinals as well, where we're going to see Han versus Yongyo at hopefully 4 p.m. and Sarunn versus Reroll at 4:30. So it is a action-packed schedule for the quarterfinals here, and then the semi-finals will roll on after that once we know who gets through. But interesting, I mean, obviously I want to link back to some of these players very quickly. Kekka coming in as kind of a tournament favorite, but I like the look of Shiny. I think Shiny's been prepping hard for this. I think he's got some good tactics up his sleeve.
I mean, Kekka's been farming some aura, but Shiny looks like a stone cold killer. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can come out. But I just think all these players, to get to the top 8, you've definitely got something up your sleeve, and you can definitely cook with the teams that you can build.
Yeah, and I think you know, before we're going to go over to I think I'm going to go over to the desk now to talk to Gacha and Mr. Poke. They're over there with Matt. We're going to do a quick interview before we jump into these matches. So Matt, take it away.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel and Vulcan. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us here. I've got Smack as well as Poke with me. you guys have been in Shanghai for a couple of days now. You've been able to talk to the players, mingle with them a little bit, and everyone back at home will be seeing more of both of you tomorrow doing a couple of show matches that we might have planned. But one of the things we asked you to do before today's broadcast is to go through your predictions for all of the quarterfinal matches. Now, we're going to put that up on your screen shortly so you can see who all of the casters of all of what both you guys predicted was, but I'm really interested in that first match because after talking to so many people here, a lot of people are saying that Kekka might be one of the favorites of the tournament. But Smack, starting with you, what was your prediction there and why?
My prediction was Kekka. I think he's just got a certain demeanor to him of confidence, like he's been here before. And then I also Cole would say Shizo. He says he's picking him to win as well, and he knows his stuff. So yeah, I'm rooting for Kekka. But to be honest, after Shiny walked out with all that confidence, I became a fan of him. He put his hand in the air like all might, bro. He might be the one for all of us. What do you think, Pokey?
Yeah, I was exactly the same as you. Like Kekka had my initial confidence, but after all, I think just like Shiny, Han also had a lot of personality. I feel like he might be starting the table that will be brand new to the stage.
Shiny's got a nice catch to it too. I like it, man.
And one of the things that the casters touched on earlier is that we've got a really convenient matchup for the quarterfinals where we've got one player that's focusing on turn 1 and another player going up against it focusing on turn 2 for all 4 of our matches based on how they've played historically at least. We're not sure what's going to happen today, of course. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Do you think turn 1's going to prevail or the more of the slow turn 2 strategy instead?
Well, to be honest, it seems the popular consensus is Revelation, which is the turn 1 is the one to prevail, but I'm more of a brawler fan. I think the 4 lighthouses are going to be able to sustain in the end. What do you think?
Me personally, I believe in Revelation. I think like just, if the problem is Revelation is not enough, just have more Revelation and that's just going to be the answer.
Well, thank you for sharing that. We also have predictions from the audience. If you've been playing a Theory Restart recently, you'll be able to vote in the app as well about not only who do they think among you guys are going to win the influencer matchups that's taking place tomorrow, but also like we mentioned just then, who everyone thinks is going to win for match 1, 2, 3, and 4 of today. We talked about match 1. Any other comments, Smack, about the other matches you predicted for?
Pitch me, who's match 2 going up again? Is it Shiny versus Depour? Okay, you know what? You already know I'm going with Shiny, man. Brother, he has a glare in his eyes, man. He's locked in, yeah, so I'm rooting for him.
For me, I'm going to be rooting for Han right before, yep.
Right, so that's match 2 as well as match 3 later on. All of the quarterfinal matches will be played today. Right after that, we'll have the semifinals with the finals taking place tomorrow. But not only did we have all of our talent with their predictions today, but the audience back at home has been voting for which player they think is going to come out on top. And we're going to bring that up on your screen shortly. And when we do, I'd love to get your opinions as well on if there's any surprises from the audience. We talked about match 1, 2, and 3 a little bit. Match 4, though, we got Sarunn against Reroll. Casters were talking about how they're from the same clan as well. Any thoughts on that matchup, guys?
Well, to be honest, I can only go off of my intuition because I haven't been able to see any of the strategies from these guys. I'm more so interested in what they're going to be bringing to the table. Maybe one of them brings up something we've never seen before, but yeah, it can go either way.
I really want to see some plays outside of like perhaps Revelation and blah blah. Maybe like Veronica or a couple of plays here and there, or just very niche units that is just like more unique to the play base.
Yeah. Well, there's the predictions that we talked about from the audience back at home. Any surprises, guys, based on what you've predicted so far for the tournament?
Nah, just looking to have a good time, see what happens.
Go hard.
Well, a lot of people also voting for Yongyo as the favorite so far, scenes from the fans back at home. You know, contradictory to a lot of the thoughts we've had from both the commentators as well as you guys so far. Is that surprising at all?
Wait, what was that again? Say that one more time.
Yongyo, fan favorite right now, 21%.
Oh, wow, I didn't even catch that. Yeah, I think they're sleeping on Shiny and Kekka, man. I don't know.
The first time I saw that Yongyo, he was like topping the leaderboards for PvE, and like, every single one of the recent players and the fastest, he was always there. So maybe his account is just really, really good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time, gentlemen. We're going to see more of you two tomorrow. We still got lots of fantastic matches that are coming up. So let's get straight into match 1 of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for is finally here. We're done with the pleasantries, the introductions are over, and we are set up and ready to go. Let's get down to business with match number 1. kicking us off as the first player entering the tournament is going to be Mujin. And his opponent is Kekka. From 128 players down to 8, and you lucky gentlemen are the first 2 to play in match number 1 of today. Kekka, I'm gonna have to start with you. You know, it's single elimination time. Feeling any pressure going into the first match, especially since you're the first to play?
Definitely very nervous. First match, no info on his guy, you know. Just hope I don't get cheesed.
Well, we'll have to see what happens in that first game. Mujin, first match. Of course, there's going to be a bunch of nerves as well. Kekka, back to you. You know, you're touted as a favorite by many so far after talking to a bunch of the analysts and a bunch of the KOLs that are here too. Any surprises for us, or more or less of what you're known for instead?
Yeah, I cooked up something that I haven't really used much in the previous qualifier, but I hope it actually works.
Well, let's see if you're able to pull it out in this first matchup that we have today, or maybe later in the tournament. Mujin, though, my last question. Going up against Kekka, are you feeling confident going to this game to get a win?
Not really. I'm facing a great player and probably to win the tournament.
That's very, very kind words for your opponent. Gentlemen, you may now take your seats and get ready for the first match. I wish you best of luck. Let's send it back to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you very, very much, Matt, with the interview there. And do you know what? That's got me excited. That is, he's cooked something. Kekka has cooked something. He's bringing it to this tournament. He's not seen it in the pre-qualifiers. Could we be seeing something kind of spicy? That's what I'm excited about. And also, it's going to be our first look. I mean, obviously, Kekka said he might not be a true Turn 1 Revelation player. We don't know. But, you know, we're going to see the first real matchup in this tournament of Turn 1 versus Turn 2. And that's going to be a good thing to see as well.
Yeah, definitely. And once again, with these guys knowing what their opponent's strategies are, they're going to have to cook something up to try and counter that strategy whilst also trying to stay true to their own. So I think the pick ban is going to show us a lot of what these guys have cooked, and I can't wait. Kekka's got me excited with that one.
I mean, okay, just for those of you at home, you may not have seen official competitive pick and ban before. Volk, talk us through kind of like what happens in the pick and ban, like, you know, what do players get to do, how does the pick and ban phase work?
Yeah, well, the first is the pre-ban, which is the easiest one for you, especially with all these matchups. You're going to ban one of those key characters for your opponent, not let them have access to it. Then with the pick and ban, the third slot that you pick is protected, so it becomes, do you try and counter pick one of their other threats and get it for yourself early, or risk it going into that protected slot so you can't ban it and then they get that counter to you. So that's where all the spice comes in. Then obviously at the end, you're going to try and ban something that you think is your biggest threat on the team of 4 you know will be coming in.
Yeah, so obviously you guys might have played RTA at home. You get that 1 ban at the end. Competitive adds that 1, as you mentioned at the start. So you get 2 bans in competitive this time around, and then that protected slot too, which means you can guarantee that you get something that isn't going to get banned away from you at the end. And it makes that team building exercise of pick and ban really, really important. This is where the strategy comes through. This is where, in fact, a lot of games are going to be won and lost in this phase of the game.
Yes, definitely. The pick and ban phase is one of the most crucial parts. And when we see in a bunch of the online tournaments, especially with these great players, often you will go to a game 3 because they get an insight into their opponent in the first game and then they play around that in the pick and ban in the next phase. And we often see completely different teams come out in the strategies.
As we're working towards this pick and ban phase, for those people watching at home, what kind of animus should we be looking out for? Like, what revelation animus are going to be key? Actually, I say that we're going into the pick and ban phase just shortly, but we'll continue that thought. What pick and ban, what animus are we looking out for on both sides?
Yeah, I think with the revelation, you're looking at anything with multi-hitters, especially AoE multi-hitters. Freya is fantastic for it, even though she's considered a support. She has that big multi-hitter on her skill 3. With the attack buff, revelation scaling off attack means she's got the attack buff and the multi-hit to really threaten.
You're seeing some of these guys' key picks here. Not the picks they've actually locked in, by the way. These are just some of the, I think they're some of their favorite picks for those particular roles. But we're jumping into that pick and ban phase right now. We are thereabouts. We've seen a couple of bans come through already, which will come up on your screen very shortly.
Yeah, I'm going to start talking about them because we have them on our screen in front of us. The pre-bans, Kekka banning Lingwo, and then we have, with Mujin, he's banning the Heinrich. So very safe bans there. The Lingwo, very big threat, healing, cleansing, absolute beast. Then we come through and we have the first pick from Mujin, which is going to be the Messiah. Picking up that Messiah away from Kekka, which is another revelation user over there.
Oh, look at this though, from Kekka, the Lily and the Doki Doki lock-in. That is interesting. I mean, we thought Lily may or may not be sort of high priority here, but it is going to be the Lily that gets taken away. So that's locked in, as we said. You're already starting to see some picks coming through from Mujin as well, and obviously the Doki Doki coming through from Kekka, which you'll see on your screen in just a moment. It looks like now Mujin is going for his second round of picks 2, and he's already locked in the Sanya and the Tiamat.
Yeah, so the Tiamat in the unprotected slot, but Sanya going into that protected slot, which is, that's your healer, that's your reviver, get things going again. And we are definitely seeing a different version of play here from Kekka. Kekka is going with more of a supportive type play. He's picked that Lily, he's picked the Doki Doki, who's a fantastic support. Doki Doki scaling into the late game is absolutely fantastic, makes you not have to worry about all the debuffs.
Okay. Full control team coming out here from Kekka. This is not a revelation team. This is He's gone Obol in the protected slot and Mio getting locked in as well. So heavy turn control coming out from Kekka. But does this leave him open to low damage output at this point?
No, I really do like this play that he is looking at. If his next pick gets banned, he has enough turn control of these turn meter and also cooldown reduction with Lily and Doki Doki to infinitely control and just lock out an entire game.
As in, like, the opponent will not be taking a turn.
Yep.
That's going to be absolutely toxic. It's coming up on your screen now. We are actually seeing Kekka round out his picks as well. So Mujin running out. And there we are. We got, we've got Fushu and Freya getting locked in.
Yeah, the Freya and Fushu coming in, really solid supportive picks. He's got 2 really good damage options in here. Mujin, he's got his Messiah, obviously a big AoE nuke, a massive threat, and then Tiamat, who is that more slow type gameplay, but when she does transform, she can deal a massive amount of damage. And we see Kekka.
Oh, you kind of have to ban the Kraken, I feel like.
Yeah, so Kekka's picked his last pick in there, which is the Kraken. So teaming it up with the Kraken and the Mio is absolutely savage. Along with that, he has just got so much control in this team, and he did ban one of the best cleansers / immunity units, so he knows he doesn't have to worry about that. So we're going to have to see what they come up with.
All right, very quickly, Vulcan, what are you banning on either side? If you're Mujin and if you're Kekka, what are you taking away?
I think they've already banned it. So we have got the Mio as a ban, and we've got the Tiamat as the ban as well. So living through this Messiah. So we can see the Messiah is shrouded there. So he does gain the extra damage mitigation from AoE effects and also extra resistance. We have Lily putting Twin Trick on the Obol, boosting the Obol. Now the great thing about Obol is he can strip with his skill too, and that's what he does go for. Strips those immunities from the Bulwarks. We are going to get the Doki Doki to advance. Now unfortunately for him, his Kraken is just a little bit slow as well, so Kraken is not going to get the next turn to really affect and get that freeze out. We are going to see the Sanya. Now Sanya's probably going to opt for a basic attack here. Does go for the max HP increase, okay, on herself to go ahead and increase that HP, give her more tankiness, give her more healing as well. We got Fushu going.
And obviously it's a lower cooldown if you're not reviving someone, so hopefully maybe get that back into the play.
Yep.
Fushu's going to ultimate immediately. This is a decent start if you're Mujin. You're not getting immediately locked out, but here comes Kraken.
Yeah, the problem is we didn't get the Freya to move before because Freya could have immuned that freeze, but unfortunately we don't get it. Now, this is the situation where does he use his skill 3 for the poisons, or does he save it so that he just uses basic and then he uses the stun next turn? He does have the Codex, so he's already used that, taken use of that for his skill 2. Does he use the skill 2 to strip, get some more poison application?
Yes.
No, he goes straight for the skill 3. There we go.
There we go. So he's going to make use of that code of science straight away, so the basically getting return. It looks like this is going to go a little longer than we might be used to in most games, so maybe thinking about long-form turn management in this situation too.
Yep, definitely. And we have so much cooldown reduction. We've just used the Lily. We've reduced the cooldowns on the O-Ball. Just note he won't be able to use his skill 3 yet.
And obviously, Doki Doki, for those who don't know, the longer the Doki Doki's in the fight, the quicker everyone gets, the more difficult it is to catch up. And so the more you keep Doki Doki alive and the more she keeps casting, the quicker your team is going to cycle turns and the quicker you're going to be than your opponent, and it starts to become sort of snowball out of control.
Yeah, it's no sustain versus double sustain, but if they never get a turn, it's not an issue. So that's where we're going to be able to boost the O-Ball straight back up here and use his skill 3 if we want to, but we might hold out on that.
I tell you what, Vulcan, we were coming in expecting Revelation versus turn 2. We've ended up with double sustain into each other. Guys, this is probably going to be a long game. We are looking at a relatively tactical match. I know we talked a little bit about picks and bans being really important, but in this type of game, turn management, skill management, shell cooldown management, all of that has to be tracked, and all of that you have to be aware of when everything's going to be. So this becomes a very tactical game.
Yeah, and something else to note is that we do have the Halloween on that Kraken, meaning he is going to be cycling really fast. He has a potential 2-turn freeze on his skill 2 as well as his AoE freeze on his skill 3. And it's just a matter of, does someone slip through the cracks and get a turn? We do have the revives on the team as well for Mujin, so even if Kekka does manage to kill that Messiah, we still have the revive as a possibility from the Sanya.
But you already starting to see, watch that turn bar at the bottom. It has been ages since Mujin got to take a turn in this situation. I feel like we've had 8 or so rounds to go. We're going to get Freya now. She will get to use her ultimate at this point.
No, she's probably going to go for the skill 2.
Oh, she's going for the skill 2.
Get that immunity so that the Kraken cannot freeze on his next turn.
And there is also the Artisan shield that came through onto the Messiah there, so he's going to have a little bit more HP in the tank than that shield to make sure he doesn't immediately go down. Obviously, thinking about what we're going to use here, going to just use a skill 1.
Yeah, and so the great thing about Freya, it's not a straight immunity, but because Kraken only has the single hit on his, it does get to stop it. But O-Ball hits so many times with extra dots and extra chances to apply the stun, he can actually get through this and still stun the enemies. And he gets a full field stun with it. That is huge.
And we could go, I mean, obviously you could go into full field CC here, but you might not need it because obviously they're stunned for a turn.
Yeah, we're already stunned. That is, you just save that one and wait for the next one. Get the defense break on whoever you're trying to kill, and then we just keep rinsing through and waiting.
Trying again, looking to focus down the Messiah. I mean, once the Messiah's gone, there is no damage on the side of Mujin. So they are really trying to just hammer in all of their single targets, their S1s. Going to get a cooldown reset here as well.
Yep, and the awkward thing is they are getting those gigabytes, they are getting the advances, so that Sanya is going to cut in between after this, and unfortunately we don't have the skill 3 ready. We are getting those dots from the strip, which is not too bad, but we are going to get a big heal coming out here. Whether she uses her skill 3, no, just the skill 1, gets the cleanse. Big heals though.
Look at that heal, yeah, it's way back up to HP. I think waiting to use that skill 3, knowing that the revive could actually be genuinely pretty impactful in the situation. A full team freeze again. This is one of those frustrating games for Mujin where you really
that
just can't
was big damage out of that one too, and there goes Messiah. Messiah getting dropped there, and we have the skill 3 ready on O-Ball. That is a big one to have in the back pocket while your whole enemy team is already CC'd. You know you can come back to it when you need. Do you use skill 3 on Doki here and risk pushing O-Ball above them when you don't really need him to act yet? And no, we go ahead and we use the basic and save that up.
Really clever, really clever. And that's when we talk about those tactical moves that are really, really important here. You know, reset. Obviously now we actually just undid that with the Lily S2 onto O-Ball and is going to go for the double stun. So obviously kind of wasting the double CC here. And obviously we know that Sanya will have that revive when she does become available again.
Yeah, it was one of those ones. There was only one unfrozen enemy. Could have used the skill 2 on the Kraken and saved it on the O-Ball. We do have the skill 2 from the Doki, which can reduce cooldowns. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw that. We do get the ult come out, so we just get the advancement. Our whole team was pretty high on turn gauge already, but going again, we do have the 2-turn freeze. Probably going to come out on the Sanya to stop that revive coming out, and it does, and it lands as well.
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah. At this point, it's now just a game of lock Sanya up for as long as possible. If you keep her CC'd, try and debuff her as much as possible, and then stun her.
And we did have one stun resisted there, so we did get to, and this is the big thing with this style of play, if you miss one of those controls, it does let the enemies cut in between and actually get a turn. It's not a threatening turn, she didn't have her skill 3 ready, so that is very lucky for him. And we have Doki coming back. Now we got that skill 2, we had the Codex activated as well, so we're getting a mass cooldown reduction off of that.
Yeah, and we got the buff ready for Lily too. Going to use it onto Obol. He hasn't got his ultimate available, but we still do have Kraken, who has that single target stun that might have come back up. We'll have to see.
Oh, the AoE is back.
We got the ult back.
Yeah, and that is perfect as he lands all 3 now. This is going to be really tough for Mujin to come back from, because I do think the Sanya is going to get dropped here.
Look at Mujin. He is just flicking his pen around. He knows he literally can't do anything in this match. Right now, it's just Kekka essentially playing versus PvE. It's a single player game at this point for Kekka.
Yeah, definitely. And that Sanya is so close. If he does get that Sanya down, if he freezes her with this one, that would be just about game. And he does land it. I don't think there's going to be too much coming back now. He does have 0 sustain on his team, so maybe Mujin does see a glimmer of light to go ahead and get that. But unfortunately, I don't think his damage is going to be enough to do it.
We're looking maybe at the S2 to guarantee the kill on Sanya. Yeah, no, just goes for the S1, I think. So there we go. Obviously, with the Sanya going down, there is no real way back in for Mujin, and Kekka takes the victory here. A very dominant display from Kekka with a very interesting team comp. Not Revelation, not turn 2, just pure turn meter control.
Yeah, pure control, but also having all that cooldown reduction and turn meter advancing was fantastic. The one thing that I want to highlight in Kekka's team that works super well is the O-Ball. We saw him put the O-Ball into the protected slot, and you might think, why would that SR character go in the protected slot? The great thing that he has, when he brought the Mia and the Kraken, he has 2 other control units. Now, the skill 2, even though the O-Ball is a control unit with his skill 3, that skill 2 is also a buff removal. So he can strip those immunities from the bulwarks, and then you can go straight into the control with either one of those other control units that gets through. Absolutely fantastic play.
It was a beautiful team comp. I mean, literally you could see Mujin had basically resigned about 2 minutes into the match, knew there was no way for him to take turns. The cooldown management of all of the very important, like Kraken, O-Ball, meant they could chain their CCs together, ensure the opponent wasn't taking any moves whatsoever. And if you're now Mujin in this situation, are you banning O-Ball? Because I think O-Ball was the most impactful there. So, like, you banning O-Ball to kind of prevent that competition coming through?
Yeah, I think O-Ball's been getting a bit more spotlight. Maybe he has one built and he can pick it, because O-Ball's just a versatile unit, stuns, buff removal, really fantastic. I think maybe you even try and counterpick one of those control units.
Yeah, we are going into the next game of this best of 3 here, waiting for the pre-bans to come through. This is where we see the adaptation. It's going to be, they're running it back. It's Heinrich, and also the Ling Luo ban again from Kekka.
Yeah, we're looking at it on our screen. It's not coming up for us yet either.
Oh, no,
but while we're talking about it, I do think a good thing for Mujin could possibly be even picking up that Lily. Most people have a Lily built. If people have Doki, most people have that Doki built as well, which they can go ahead and pick up as well. But like you said, we are seeing the Ling Luo and the Heinrich ban at the start there, and we will wait and see how they go through these picks. But I think that is a really good strategy from Kekka. I don't know if he still has some Revelation plays in the back pocket, but we do see that from Mujin, and this is what I spoke about earlier. These guys are really good at counter-picking their opponents. So Mujin going ahead and picking up the Doki Doki straight away, and then Kekka wasting no time picking up the Lily and the Mio, 2 of his core units from before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's locked in, and we have Sanya and Tiamat here, so more traditional bruiser coming through from Mujin.
Yeah, and definitely. So that does leave that slot 3 open for the protected pick on that O-Ball again. He has the Mio. If he gets the Kraken through as well, he can basically do that same strategy. Even though he doesn't have the Doki, might be a bit of timing out there, so we'll have to wait and see. But I do like the Tiamat and the Sanya. Would love to see the Tiamat get through in a match, but I don't know if Kekka is going to allow that. They just have such great synergy with that max HP increase that can be provided.
And O-Ball goes for the Kraken. Oh, sorry, O-Ball. Kekka goes for the O-Ball and the Kraken. O-Ball in that protected slot again, being his most important unit. He feels this is the most important unit for his comp. Kind of saw why last time round. Incredible control. Buff stripping being so important at dealing with some of the shell passives coming through too.
Yeah, like it is the purpose. He serves two purposes in the team. Your Mio and your Kraken, they've got their set purpose, but having the strip on the Oval means he can fill both of those roles, which is absolutely fantastic. He's almost got the same team setup. Obviously, he has lost his Doki Doki, but I'm very curious to see who he picks up in that last spot. Does he go for a sustain unit, so maybe he can last a longer fight because he doesn't have that cooldown reduction?
It is going to be, well, we can see here, we're going to wait for the final slots coming in from Mujin. He's got to round out his comp here, so obviously supporting a Tiamat. You probably want to bring another damage threat in this case, and we have Mizuki and Chiaki the Echo.
Okay, Mizuki is someone we don't see a ton of, and Chiaki the Echo with that basic being able to cleanse, we've got the gauge advantage as well, and then Kekka finishing it off with another control unit. Okay, with the Kaz. He is, and I don't see the shells, so I'm curious to see if this may be a revelation Kaz on some of the old plays, or whether it's pure control. We'll have to wait and see.
I am very excited. It looks like, you know, in any given situation, he's going to get a very early turn set up here, so immediately goes, oh, the resists come through from that initial ult from Obol. We do have Mio this time around,
that was the skill too. Once again, using that strip, so now the Mio is free to go ahead and get that steal, which is fantastic. Then we have so much control on this team. So we have the Kaz, and she's going straight for that skill 3. Do we get the full board sleeps?
We do.
Yeah, and now this is the one, maybe you can use the skill 2 from the Kraken. He goes straight for the skill 3, wasting no time. Doesn't want to deal with any of that gauge manipulation, and there we go. We get straight into the AoE freeze following the AoE sleep. Now, we do have the Codex on the Kaz, meaning she can use that skill 3 again. Probably why he went for that. We still have Obol with stuns as well, and we obviously have Kraken on the Halloween with cooldown reductions. There is just so much going on here. We're going to get more turn gauge manipulation from the Mio, and this is going to be another one of those slow matches, but you can see Mujin once again just flicking his pen because he knows, I just got to wait and hope for some RNG, otherwise I do not get to play the game.
Yeah, it's brutal. He's just slapping down the ults here. Going to go for the defense break, which actually gets resisted by Tiamat. I mean, people probably wishing they brought more effect resist, maybe a couple of...
Yeah. The great thing about that is, and why you see him using that Kaz skill 3 is probably because we do have a low cooldown on it at 3 turns, but it's also the fact that once they are asleep, we start pushing them back. So it's not just for the control, it's for the gauge pushback, which helps you with that advantage. The pushback of the Kaz combined with that Mio, they're just not going to get a turn out of here. And you can see his cooldowns are just about back. He hasn't even used a Mio skill 2 yet to put them frozen. So
he's going to do it
now. Puts it down. Probably could have saved it, but let's see who he goes ahead and sleeps. Once again, it's very similar to last match where you've got the 1 DPS threat and then you also have the Sanya. You need to get rid of both of those to win the game. He does go the Obol, misses a stun there on the Mizuki. Okay, so maybe we could get a bit of a defense buff, but we get the basic attack freeze.
And you can see Mujin just knows, he just knows. That is a low percentage chance as well.
Okay, Sanya did not get that freeze. Will she get the sleep? That's the big thing. Once again, you need to hope for that RNG of missing some of these CCs.
And
she does get slept, and the Tiamat is down.
Exactly, and now we would need to use the revive. Tiamat would come back at a relatively low HP, but it's not looking good for Mujin. Mujin has yet to press a single skill on his side of the board. I mean, Kekka really did cook with this time round.
Yeah, I mean, the full control, and I want to say the linchpin of this team is definitely that Obol, because he adds another control unit, but he also brings that strip, which is such a valuable thing to have when you're running so much control, and he has speed-tuned his team perfectly for it, where the Obol is just faster than every other control unit on his team. Absolutely fantastic cook that Kekka has. He said before that he was cooking, and he has definitely cooked in this one.
Okay, look, let's move on, because at this point it's looking like a foregone conclusion for Kekka in this game. I never like to call it early, but it's looking relatively good for Kekka at this stage of the tournament. Like, if you're going into Kekka, what's your best option? This looks like a great anti-turn 2 comp, but could a fast revelation comp get the edge
I'm just
here?
going to hold on a sec, because I'm not sure if this Gigabyte is about to take a turn and advance the Sanya. It didn't. Okay, we need to land that freeze. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that Sanya was getting frozen. I didn't want to jump ahead too far. We are getting the sleep. And once again, it's just... It is so much that comes out of this team in terms of control. Now, we need to land this freeze as well. And we do. Okay, and that's what these games are. You can think it's foregone conclusion, but if you get a couple resists, you can still come back from this, especially considering that, you know, Kekka doesn't have any sustain on his team, but if we land these freezes, it's just becoming an absolute nightmare. And we get the Halloween proc. We got Oval proccing his Codex as well, meaning he can use that skill 3 back-to-back. And now I think we're pretty much close to calling it.
Yeah, I don't like to, like I said, it's never good to feel like you have to call something early on, but at this point, it just looks in complete control for Kekka. Like we said, not a single turn taken by Mujin in this game too. You feel bad. He's walked up on stage, ready to click some buttons, has clicked 0 buttons.
Yep, and there we go. We go straight back into another control. Obel still has his skill 3 available, so he's going to have to use that, and there is the concede from Mujin.
Yeah, Kekka comes away with a 2-0 victory in this first quarterfinal, and I gotta say, I feel dirty watching it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty watching that.
It's one of those ones that is quite frustrating when you want to play a game and you don't even get to play at all.
I mean, but he cooked. And that is the majority of the battle in Etheria. It's that theory crafting. It's that getting your mind in the game, understanding, reading the meta, getting ahead of the step, and that was incredible to see from Kekka. I know even from a viewer's perspective, it may be like, oh, that's quite frustrating to watch because you know how awful it is to play against. But from a theory crafting perspective, that is impressive gameplay. That, you know, he walked into that. You know, you reflect back on that game. He walked into that at like 100%, like 99% guaranteed to take the win in that. And when you're in an end stage single elimination competitive format, that's where you want to be as a competitor, right?
Yeah, the one thing I'm really curious to see if Kekka does actually match up against one of those fast Revelation players, whether if he has the speed to actually outspeed them or whether he just gets cleaned up, because that was a great strategy against the turn 2 players, but not so much against those fast Revelation.
I mentioned it in game, right? It seems like a great strategy versus the slower, less speed-oriented turn 2 teams, but we know that Yongyo's got like 300 speed Revelation players in his team. You know, if you're Kekka, do you have enough speed? Because if you can't outspeed a Revelation, you really don't have much backup or much sustain. You're clearly building effect accuracy on all of your main stats on your modules. So you're not running many defensive stats, you're not running many offensive stats. It's all about making sure that your effects are consistently hitting. So basically, you know, with that strategy, you've got to hope that you outspeed. But that's how Revelation players tend to play as well.
Yeah, I'd hope he has a decent little bit of tankiness because you don't need as much accuracy in the PvP side of things because no one's running resistance ideally. So hopefully he does have enough. But I'm really hoping we do actually get to see him play against someone more bursty in future games. But honestly, fantastic hook from Kekka.
Amazing stuff. We're going to take a look at the highlights from that first match, guys. It was incredible. Let's take a look back.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Kekka, who I was originally wrote down here to say after a quick and decisive 2-0 victory, but it was not quick by any means. That was a slow and gruesome victory from you. Firstly, before we go into that strategy, I want to talk a little bit about the win there, because you were on stage earlier saying, you know, a little bit nervous. It's offline finals now. You've got a win under your belt. You're feeling a little bit less nervous now, a bit more confident after that win?
A lot more relieved. Like the first game, not having info, you know, now next few matches I get to watch my opponents play, so I'll feel better going to the next few games.
That's fantastic. But I do want to talk about that strategy, because that was just pure control. We were going to talk about specific picks, but I think we have to talk about it as a whole. Run me through it. Was this what you were saying on stage that you were cooking up before this match?
Yeah, absolutely. Going into the qualifiers, I played pretty much like purely Cleave and Revelation, and I think recently like people got a lot of Bloodbath, Lighthouses, and I think like they can also steal my units sometimes. Like as you can see, he took Messiah first pick, trying to take away from my Cleave. So my friend actually, never lucky, he cooked up some control units and he tried it out, and I started following and trying it out in AI Arena, and then it worked. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to use this against people who run Lighthouses.
Yeah, I think the casters said it better. At one point, it looked like you were playing a single-player game, and that's kind of what the match felt like. But now that you've won, you're going to the semifinals. You're going to go up against either Depour or Shiny next. Do you have a particular opponent you want to face off, and why against them?
Yeah, well, Depour is my guildmate, so in a way, I root for him to win, but I'm scared of Depour more so than Shiny, because Shiny is similarly like the Bloodbath, Lighthouse type of, I think, player, like similar to Mujin that I just played with. So I would rather, do the same strat, basically.
Well, let's see if you do get to play up against them. Congratulations on your win. Best of luck in the semifinals. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back with that second game right after this. The casters said that game 1 was just total control and they could not have summed it up better. Kekka said that he was cooking and he cooked up an absolute lock on game number 1 to be the first contestant to move into the semi-final. Now we need to decide who is going to be the opposition that he goes up against. Let's bring out our next 2 contestants. First up is Depour. And his opponent will be Shiny. Gentlemen, you were able to watch that first game from backstage, but now it's time for both of you to take the stage. Depour, I'm going to start with you. It was a long way to get here for this offline finals. Are you feeling confident for this game?
As much as I can be, I'm ready to play and let's give it our best.
That's great to hear. Shiny, Kekka said that he was cooking something up and he definitely showed it in that last game. By any chance, do you have something to show us coming into this match, or is this going to be stock standard for you?
Like you said, I will do my best. It's one of the biggest whales on this tournament. Maybe today the fish will hit the big whale.
Thank you so much. Lots of respect from both of the contestants here today. We're going to get straight into game number 2.
Welcome back to the casting desk here with Volcanomic Scoundrel. We're jumping into the second quarterfinal here. Depour versus Shiny. I love that from Shiny, by the way. And just so everyone knows, they get to play their own accounts, the ones that they qualified on, the ones that have been grinding since the start of the game launch. And Shiny says Depour, he's got a very, very expensive account. Maybe I can take him down. But it's cool stuff, and I think, I'm excited about this game. Whether we see something similar, I don't know. I'd love to see what these guys have been cooking, though. We may get a bit more of a standard meta play coming up this time around.
Yeah, definitely. Expecting Depour to be playing more of that aggressive type of play, and then Shiny to be playing more of the, defensive type play. But, dude, I love that call from Shiny. These two guys behind the stage. You got Depour, who's the guy who cannot stop smiling, and Shiny has got that just stone-cold killer vibe about him. I am looking forward to this match.
Shiny is, we call him the silent assassin. He's absolutely stone-faced. Could, fool anyone. The nerves are not there for that man. He's stone cold. But yeah, we're gonna be jumping into this one. I'm really excited though. I mean, even though that Kekka comp was a tough watch sometimes for you, especially if you're on Mujin's side. He just basically stood there watching the game happen. I'm interested to see where else we're going to go with this. I know that Mr. Pocket, right at the start, said, I'm kind of excited to see what guys are thinking outside the box. Like, what are they bringing that isn't just in that standard? Well, we've already seen it. Kekka's already brought something a little out of the box. Are we going to see more of that going into this second quarterfinal?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from this one, but I definitely think that, Kekka had the same feeling that I anticipated, was that he would rather play against those turn two players. Yeah. So, because he doesn't have the counter for that. But having said that, these guys have built up pretty stacked accounts, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had other strategies that he could also bring out if he wanted to. But the great thing for him is now he gets to sit back and watch this game and really study, whereas these guys watching his game, they're trying to pay attention, but they're also focused on their first match.
They've got to win their game first, right? They've got to win. Obviously, you're thinking about what's coming coming up, but you've got to win the game in front of you first. And we are heading into that pick and ban phase here. Shiny versus Depour. And like you said, Shiny traditionally a bit more of a turn 2 bruiser player. You can see the likes of Viper that he likes to play. He's got the Rahul there, he's got the Holden, and obviously Depour, a little bit more standard in terms of his revelation. The Yelly is in there, the Lily's in there. These are just the types of picks that they like to pick up in their comps, not what they're drafting, of course. We are now heading into that draft phase. Shiny with the pre-ban of Heinrich, and it looks like the pre-ban of Depour. I just missed it, we'll have to bring it back up again in a moment. Linglu, I think.
Yeah, it'll come up in a second, but definitely keen to see what these guys have got to offer and whether they do play that standard format that we are expecting to see, or if they do cook something. Are they going to try and counterpick because they do know the way each other plays? So
yeah, we are waiting to see the pick and bans come through. We can say that the pre-bans were Heinrich and Linglo, so it seems like a pretty standard set of pre-bans across all of our competitors so far. Linglo offering immunity, lots of sustain, lots of buff extensions. Heinrich, a very, very powerful critical strike increaser, buff stripper, also provides wound as well, which is very good against the healing comps. So both of those off. Holden getting locked in immediately for Depour here. So Holden also a buff stripper. Pretty good at it. If any of you guys are Terramaton Inferno grinders, you'll know that Holden's one of the best for that buff strip at the start.
yeah, definitely interesting there. So definitely, I think we're going to see them playing different strategies than what they did through qualifications. So that's a very interesting first pick that we have coming out of Depour. Going with the whole, Jeff, definitely a fantastic unit. Has the ability to reset cooldowns and also turn gauge for an opponent, along with the AoE strip if he needs to. Not to mention the attack break, but also the resistance down, making it easy to land the rest of your debuffs if you have any to go in there.
Holden's S2 is actually pretty toxic. it's tough to deal with. It is a Doki Doki and Fushu locked in here for Shiny. So he's got, again, Fushu, you mentioned, was probably going to creep into these turn 2 comps a little more. Doki Doki's someone that has popped up more frequently than I thought she would. Planning for the longer form games. Doki Doki shines in the longer form, format.
Yeah, Doki Doki definitely fantastic for these longer games. As she ramps up, obviously she's giving everyone more speed, more damage, and she just really scales well into the late game along with her cleansing. And then we see Depour come out with the Nahor, who I haven't really seen much in the PvP at the moment. He does have that skill 3 with the freeze and also the defense break. Does have the strip as well.
Max Nahor and Max Yelly, by the way, for Depour. So those are the two, one of the two newest, or some of the two newest Animus that you can get available. Now Nahor, for those of you that don't know, kind of a mix of like Neo and Kraken to an extent. Like he's got a bit of a mix there. He can freeze, he can do big turn resets, push people back. So he's got a lot of turn meter control and a bit of CC in his kit.
Not as much as turn meter. He's got the strip and he's got the freeze with the Death Shred, which is the big thing. But the Yelly in that protected pick is really, really nice. And we see a really surprise pick here from Shiny with Rin. Now, those that don't know what Rin does, she has shields, she has defense buffs, she has attacks breaks for the opponent. So she is going to be very interesting to see, along with the taunt. So also bringing some control value and then popping in that Rahu. Now, the one that's got me is Rin going into that protected pick is a very interesting one because I thought she could have been safe because not many people are expecting a Rin to pop up and wouldn't be looking to ban that. But we do have the Rahu, obviously another character that scales amazingly well into that late game due to his scaling defense that really pushes hard. So we have the locked in Rin on the side of Shiny, Yelly for Depour, and then Depour finishing it off with a Lily and Tsukiyomi. So he's got two really fast boosters, and then that Yelly, who is a massive, massive damage dealer. And then we've also got some extra control, and then the balance with the Holden.
And we're going to lock it in with Viper at the end here. So a Bruiser, kind of very sustain heavy turn 2 comp here from Shiny, and Depour with a very speed heavy turn meter accelerant, kind of, I guess, Revelation Yelly build here coming out from Depour. So very interesting. If you're banning on Depour, I'm almost thinking banning Fushu. Just get rid of your Fushu or Doki Doki. But over on the side of Shiny, what do you want to get rid of?
I mean, you could also ban the Rahu, and that is most of the damage on the team. I'm looking at maybe Tsukiyomi as being the ban, and it is the Tsukiyomi and the Doki Doki. So the thing with the Fushu is she can advance, and even though Lily is advancing, the thing about Tsukiyomi, she gives the full gauge, so you're getting that turn. So we do have Lily being the fastest character on the field.
That is always what you want as a Lily for the most part. Then you're gonna, I assume. I've seen Lilies do two things. Obviously, most start off with S2. I have seen some Lilies throw down the S3 to try and stop the ultimates from the enemy almost straight away. But
yeah, that's not going to happen with 2 immunities on the team. We do have 2 lighthouses there. We also see a couple alicorns in this game, which we haven't seen yet. Now, alicorn giving you the ability to cleanse debuffs at the start of your turn, which is fantastic.
And we're going to see Holden, and we're going to go for the immunity buff strip here, I would imagine. So he might also just knock a turn meter all the way back.
Yeah, going for the twin trick there, or we could go the strip. Mayhor is due to act next, so we are going the strip, and then it looks like we will go for that freeze and defense break.
Oh, Rin's going to pop off here, purifies.
Yeah, so Rin does have that taunt. We got the shields. Boom, and there we go, and taunting every unit. I know, I think Holden's the only one that avoided the taunt, was it? But we do have that alicorn that comes out. Coming in clutch there, allowing us to get that skill 3, and we do get the freezes off as well. And here comes the revelation. It was the taunt, so unfortunately that revelation not getting maximum effect there because we didn't get to do the AoE on the revelation, but getting some really nice damage into that Rin anyways.
And he can also knock one of these 3 back all the way here.
And increase those cooldowns.
Yeah, so I wonder where we're going to go for. You've got 3 options, obviously, coming up next. You've got the Viper, you've got the Rahul, and you've also got the Rin. Obviously, Rin on lower HP as well.
We could punch that Fucho back and just mitigate her possibility of actually getting those big shields and that speed buff out as well. And that's what he goes for. And both effects do land on that one, which is very, very crucial.
And now we have the Rin. She's got the taunt and defense up. Going to go with the defense up for the team. Obviously, those guys are frozen. I forgot those are frozen, so they wouldn't even need to be a target for the pushback for Holden. And now we are cycling back over to Depour, who has Dispel and single damage ready to go. And we're going to go straight onto the Fushu, so trying to put a lot of pressure onto the Fushu here.
Yeah, definitely trying to get that going here. And now we have the skill 3 available from the Lily. Going to reduce those cooldowns once again. Really, honestly nice having the twin trick there on the Holden, because now we do get the ability to use that reset again. Now, it's not going to be fully off cooldown unless it is max skill. That we're not sure about. But if it is, we can just go ahead and reset another character. Now, we did see a few cooldown increases. I saw one resist, but I'm not sure exactly who that was.
Yeah, not quite fully able to get the full Dispel down, but that will be available on Holden's next turn. But Fushu does now get the chance to go, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, all of those cooldowns have been reset to full, so it feels a little bit useless at this point. And we do now have the ultimate, but no revelation cooldown for Yeli, so not going to get the big hit from the ultimate, but still worth using.
Yeah, we still do have the Death Shred on, and we still got the follow-up attacks that could go ahead and destroy one of the enemy units. We do see the Lighthouse proc there, along with the counter attack from Viper, and we go with 2 arrows, stopping at the 2. Okay.
That is subpar. The average for Yeli, I think, is 3.5 for most people. I think that people worked out at 3.5 is kind of like the average for her. So, yeah, a little bit below average on the hit for Yeli so far.
Yeah, not too bad, but once again, now the Revelation is not going to match up again on the next one, but it's just one of those things you've got to deal with. I think that was definitely the play, going ahead trying to get as much damage into that Fujo as possible.
Rin did taunt the Holden here, so Holden not going to be able to go for the buff strip next turn.
Has both of his skills available, so he had his reset and the buff strip available, but obviously with the taunt, not going to be able to do either of those. So we're just trying to chip that damage into the Fujo. She does have max cooldowns. Once again, it is a big penalty with that max cooldown increase, and we have the skill 2 available again. Now, are we going to advance the Holden, or are we going to put Twin Trick over onto Yeli this time and try and bring that damage up as fast as possible? That's what we've got to wait and see.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to get the Yeli, but obviously don't get the immediate turn reset because it's the first turn that it goes on to Yeli here. We finally get the Rahul ultimate.
Yeah, and I think Rahu is going to be that big threat with some big damage coming out from that AoE as well. And the Rahu, once again, scaling so well into the late game. He is on the Lighthouse. Often you do see Rahu on the Artisan bringing the shields. Not in this one, but that damage and the way it scales.
I will say, look at the HP for both Viper and Rahu. Like, they are healthy. These boys are not exactly low, and there's no sustain on the side of Depour. So even though Depour's felt like he's been in control so far, you've still got a lot of damage scaling coming out of the Rahu. Viper's still pretty healthy as well, has the counter-attack possibilities coming through too. I mean, at the moment, it's not looking terrible. Even though we've just seen Fushu go down here, it's not looking awful for Shiny. He still has a lot in the bag to play with.
Yeah, definitely, and we might see a KO coming soon as well here. We've got the Rin in trouble, but the one big thing that I want to mention, Rin, one of those off-meta picks, but that taunt has really set up this game for him because of the way we managed to get that taunt and avoid the Revelation AoE.
That's the counter-attack from Viper coming through.
And
Rin
surviving,
survives!
and that maybe this poke is going to be enough for the Yeli to go down. That's what we've got to see, and if the Yeli goes down here, it is not looking good. Stays alive, And did we land the taunt there? The taunt has landed as well, which is actually really big. I do believe it. No. Okay, the taunt is now not going to be active. We have the Revelation, but we don't have the skill 3. How much Revelation damage can we get? Who do we go for? Because the Rahu is a threat.
And like that you mentioned, the Revelation being off-timer for the ultimate cooldown this time round has really, really limited the team-wide damage that we could get.
Going for the Viper, that's 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows, and it's down. There goes the Viper. Okay. The Rahu, though, is still incredibly healthy. We do get the pushback, but he does have those revenges coming out, and he is a massive threat here at half HP. Now, if we get the freeze, it's not looking great. That is going to be the thing, but that enemy team is so low. Does the freeze land? The freeze does land, but damn, this is going to be close. How many arrows are we going to get on this one?
Defense break coming. It'll be enough.
It'll
be enough. It'll be enough. Oh, wait a second.
It's fine. The Lily is going to get the turn. It's okay, and that is going to be it. So, honestly, that was not an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. That could have gone both ways. Fantastic first game between these two players.
Yeah, that was incredible. Like, you really felt at least 3/4 of the way through there, it could have swung either side. But a couple of good hits from Yeli. Yeah. Honestly, I really felt like Shiny could have had it in the bag. Like, he had the counterattacks going. Maybe a couple of extra lucky revenges could have come through, but incredible, incredible game between these two. And a lot to learn going into the second one here.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to say, I think from Shiny, that Rin play was really clutch. That desyncing of the Revelation was a great play. But once again, that Holden skill 2 coming in so valuable against that Fucho. Max increasing those cooldowns, and she just feels so useless without having that skill 3 active, being able to shield and speed buff.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, going back in, like, obviously we've seen, I kind of need to talk about the bans. Obviously we've seen people defaulting over to Heinrich and also Ling Luo as a ban. Is that going to stay the same? Because the people have been so static on those bans, but there's not been flexible between games here. And I really have felt there are other key elements of these comps that maybe could be looked at. Take a risk. Go for something else that's a little bit out the bag in terms of those bans.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if you do ban something else, then your whole thought is, if they then pick this unit, is that going to be worse for me? And that's kind of the way they have to keep balancing through their decision-making process, because Ling Luo is just absolutely fantastic. Most of these guys will 100% have her skill 1 maxed, meaning she's getting that whale prayer stacking, which is then a cleansing option, plenty of healing, so she is a massive threat. And then Heinrich, we all know, absolutely massive. AoE strip, he's got strips on everything because it's a passive. The buff block, the heal block, he just has such a solid kit. So I can see us seeing those more, but you know, maybe they see a direct threat. Maybe we see the Yeli get banned because it was the biggest threat there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're banning Yeli, there are other options you can bring to the table. She's one of the better Revelation users in the game. But, like, you know, you've got the Messiah, if you want to. He's only 2 hits, obviously, on his ultimate, but he's still defense break, passive ignore. It's still very, very strong. Obviously, there are plenty of other multi-hit, damage dealers that we could look at. I mean, people used to, right at the start, people using Rosa, you saw a bit of Ziada, like there was a lot of these multi-hits that could be brought to the table, but excited to see where we go with this second game in the series. It did not feel one-sided. That's what I wanted to know. I think that's really important to note here. That did not feel like a one-sided game. It felt like a single bit of RNG, a single turn going either side. Either player could have walked away with that. Depour is 1-0 up, and we have the same pre-bans coming through, like you mentioned. You know, Ling Luo is strong, Heinrich strong. Like, if you let them through, you've got to be comfortable dealing with them, and right now it doesn't feel like anybody is.
Yeah, no one wants to deal with that. So, like I said, I'm hoping to see Shiny if he has something else, but Shiny definitely counter-picking that Holden straight up. I feel like Holden was probably the most pivotal character for Depour, which in the last game, in hindsight, was a really great pick considering he's more of an aggressive player. We then see Depour coming in with the Doki Doki and the counter-pick of the Viper. Viper being a really strong unit in this game. The AoE strip along with the speed slow and attack break, also fantastic effects to have. So really great. And then he's passive, reducing that crit damage taken. Really, really solid. But already seeing, as I mentioned before, the way these guys can counterpick each other to try and really just disrupt their strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have the Fushu and the Rahu. Rahu goes in the protected slot here. I did feel like one of the more impactful units for when the Ultimate finally came out, did the most damage. Obviously, Rin, I think, was also really impactful. But, you know, for Shiny, it feels like a very core part of his composition. Fushu getting locked in. Interesting though, we got Doki Doki and Viper. That does not scream to me revelation from Depour. So wondering whether he has both sets of strategies in the bag, like he has another option that he can default to here.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some damage come out from him in some of his next picks there. He's got his protected pick that he can still go through. I would say, yeah, the Yelly coming in, and then that Tsukiyomi. And once again, wouldn't surprise me if he did try and pick up that Lily again to have 2 boosters with his big damage dealer. But now he also has that Doki Doki who can advance turn gauge as well. So honestly, pretty balanced with that Yelly protected, so he's guaranteed to have some damage out there. But once again, Shiny with that protected Rahu, he does seem like he is built incredibly well on a fair bit of damage with that AoE. It was absolutely massive, so if he can, you know, get a few of those attacks out early, could be a massive threat, especially now that he has the Holden on board as well.
Yeah, we obviously haven't seen Lily go very early on in these drafts so far. Waiting to see what Shiny looks to round things out with. I would expect something like Sustain to come through, a bit more Sustain, maybe like a Sanya. Sanya gets locked in, and Hoyen. So Hoyen obviously being released in combination with Holden on those banners. Hoyen, the revenge, kind of like the revenge ultimate. She's got the ability to kind of prevent cheat death. Obviously, it can get stripped away, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, Hoyen, one of those ones, if you don't have a counter for her, she can completely swing games, and we've seen that in some online tournaments. Don't forget that if she does manage to kill an enemy, she does get the revive, so she can come from a 1-4 down, she can revive her teammates, get a couple kills, and completely swing momentum, which is something I'm hoping we can see some action on today.
Some really, really cool adaptations in these drafts here, though, Vulcan. Obviously, the ban's coming through. Looks like the ban was on.
Ooh, and Doki Doki coming out first. Sorry, they jumped straight into that game, going straight into the Viper as well. Going to be able to strip that one immunity that's out there, but that slow and attack rate coming out too as well, which is really nice. That speed slow, fantastic. Going straight into the AoE freeze as well. Missing it on the Sanya. That's a big one to miss over there because she can cleanse her teammates.
Let's see how big this revelation here is. This is what we're expecting to see. Obviously, looking to see who you want to prioritize the target for. You do get the follow-up hits.
We've got 3 lighthouses. The only one not on lighthouse is the Sanya. What kind of damage? It is big! And there goes the Holden. That was big damage. Now, we do have the revive available. Do we want to use it right now? Or are we going to go for the cleanse? I think you've got to go ahead and pick up that revive. Then it will probably cleanse herself and the Fucho. And that means the Fucho can then follow that up with her shield, get the speed buff. So maybe we can just go straight for the revive and try and really conserve our energy here. So definitely have to think about this one. But that Kraken play, missing the freeze, very frustrating on that one because Sanya, the most pivotal unit to miss it on. And we didn't actually cleanse the freeze, unfortunately. So that is very unlucky. If that freeze had been cleansed, would have been a great situation.
A full set of turns available here for Depour, and I think Shiny just shaking his head. He knows that unfortunately in this situation, he is not in a good spot. Obviously, we've got the double freeze from Kraken. This is not looking too hot if you're Shiny in this situation. You are definitely going to struggle. Obviously, even though we've lost Revelation, we still have a lot of single target damage. Everyone's on very low HP here, and we are going to take out the Rahu. So the main source of damage is now down, and I think for Shiny, having just used that to revive, not in a hot spot.
Yeah, unfortunately, that missed cleanse, and I think that's what he was pondering. Will the cleanse get onto the freeze? And unfortunately, it didn't, and that's really cost him there. It could have been a completely different game if he had have managed to get that cleanse off of the freeze, but this is almost looking like a finished game, depending on who we snipe with this Yelly. Oh, we've got the skill 3 available, and that is going to be the end of it right there. Boom, and the follow-up on the Sanya, and that is game. So that is Depour coming in and finishing it off.
Yeah, and there you go. And that shows you the power of a well-built Revelation kit as well. And, you know, if you can get that Revelation user ahead of the turn, even with the lighthouses, they were almost dead after a full Yelly barrage there.
Yeah, and the big thing there was that Kraken play was really nice. Obviously stealing the Viper from his opponent in the pick and bans, but then making real good use of it, having a speed tune with the Viper, stripping that immunity, going the AoE freeze, got unlucky on the Sanya, but returned the luck with the cleanse, not hitting the right debuff.
Yeah. Really, really, really incredible game from Depour there. He definitely looked very strong. You could see why a lot of the audience at home putting a lot of votes behind Depour to take this one. Shiny, unfortunately, also bowing out in this first game. Best of 3, 2 quick wins there for Depour. I will say the first game was super, super cool, though. That was a really interesting back and forth, but a little more straightforward in the second game for Depour.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, that Rin in the first game was such a great pick. The taunt was so valuable in it, but then unfortunately that freeze coming out from the Kraken, synergizing great with the counter pick on that Viper, working really well. And then we got to see the value and why he was locking that Yelly. She hit like an absolute truck with that Revelation.
Yeah, you can see why Yelly has been heavily prioritized by Revelation users. As we said, one of the best Revelation users in the game. Her ultimate's incredible. Obviously, self-cleanse, debuffs. You get, a crit strike increase. You have a defense down on the target, and then because of her passive, you're following up on a target with up to, well, potentially infinite, realistically.
As many as you like.
But realistically, 3 or 4 single targets, which also buff strip if they have a good chance of taking it away. So, Yelly just a very, very strong character, and you can see why going into the protected slot for Depour. And again, I do wonder, maybe ban strategies are going to get shaken up later into the tournament, but right now people are playing it safe. Incredible stuff from Depour, though. Again, and I'd love to see that matchup because the next matchup is going to be Depour versus Kekka. Depour, a quick Revelation user, and obviously Kekka will have some extra strategies there, but looking like he's running more of that control-heavy team.
Yeah, Kekka was hoping for the shiny matchup, but not getting it. And something to note is these two boys are in the same guild as well, so a bit of guild rivalry in between them. So fantastic to see. They would have been helping each other, but now they're straight against each other.
So, look back at these first 2 quarterfinals. We had a very control-heavy first matchup from Kekka cooking something a little different, Depour bringing not standard Revelation, obviously a little bit more sort of control, a little more control in there, a little bit more buff strip for the immunity reduce, like really, I think a nicely balanced Revelation comp coming out from him. How do you see this next matchup going? How do you see Depour versus Kekka going based on what you've seen?
I'm liking Depour at this stage, but we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. We're going to jump to the highlights from that game, and then Matt will have an interview with Depour over on the side stage.
I'm joined here with Depour after a 2-0 victory. The first game was relatively close, but that second match was just a wash. Very dominant victory. Congratulations on the win. Now, with that win in mind, you're going to go into the semi-finals. Are you feeling a little bit more confident now?
It's always nerve-wracking to compete on these events, but I'm here to win, so I'm hoping I can do the best I can.
Oh, speaking of winning, you did win that last match. In your opinion, what do you feel like was the most important character throughout that entire best of 3? Because there's a little bit more of a control style coming into that second game.
To be honest, every single unit has its function. But if I had to highlight someone, it would be Jelly, just because I like her, just because I love the character. And yeah.
Well, that's always a good reason to pick it up.
Yeah.
Finally, you know that your opponent is going to be Kekka going into the semi-final match. And he had something very unorthodox planned for the first game. Are you excited to go up against him or feeling a little bit scared after what you saw from round 1?
He's my guildmate. Since the start, I saw it as inevitable that we will face each other. I was hoping he was on the other bracket, on the other side, see him at the finals. But we're on the semi, and, well, let's just do the best, you know?
Well, we'll get to watch that match later on during the semi-finals. Congratulations again. Best of luck in your match against Kekka. We're going to go into a very quick break. We'll be back with game number 3 of the quarterfinals right after this.
With 2 matches down, we have locked in 2 players into the semi-finals who have both completely locked at least $4,000 each from the prize pool of $30,000. But we still have 2 more quarterfinal matches to play to decide who is heading into the final semi-final. Let's go ahead and get into match number 3. Up first, we have Yongyo. And his opponent, Han. Well, we just had the first 2 players move into the semi-finals. We still have 2 more slots left in the semi-finals. 1 from this matchup, 1 from the next. Han, I want to start with you. You've been able to watch 2 matches backstage going into your first game today. How are you feeling going into this match?
As you know, I'm clearly the underdog here. So I'm just here to prove people wrong.
Okay, underdog mentality. Yongyo, what about you? Do you feel like you're the underdog here or the favorite going into the match?
I definitely feel like I'm going to be the favorite here to win the match, though I hope I can prove that.
Well, we're going to go into match number 3 and find out who is heading into the semi-final. Gentlemen, please make your way to the stage.
Welcome back to the Caster Desk. Scoundrel here with Vulcan, and we are going into the 3rd quarterfinal. And Yongyo obviously mentioned himself as a favorite. Fan favorite as well, very highly voted for behind the scenes in terms of an overall winner. You talked about Kekka, I think the other side of the bracket for everybody. There was only me that disagreed with Kekka. Everybody else, Yongyo on the other side of the bracket there. So he is probably coming in as the favorite. Han, definitely that underdog scrappy mentality. Tell me a little bit about what you know about these guys. You know, what do you know about Yongyo and his play style? And if you know anything about Han, or you're just waiting to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I think with Yongyo, he's the stereotypical guy that we think about when we say revelation player. This guy is, or at least was, we've got to wait and see what he's cooked this time, but he is the typical revelation player. He's got 9+ units possibly built on revelation, super fast revelation as well, and his general strategy in the past we've seen has been just revelation and win. So keen to see what Han has, if he has some sneaky strats. Hopefully he's been able to farm up some of those lighthouses, maybe get some bloodbath and sort of counter that. I don't know if we're going to see as much scattered play like we saw in the last 2 matches with different strategies. I'm anticipating more of a linear play, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, as you said, we have had surprises in both matches so far, so excited to see what comes to the table. You can see here Yongyo, some of his favorite units in the game. Freya, you've got obviously this, is that Sarunn there? You've got Lily, so he's got some interesting favorites.
Yeah, RC77 as well. All these multi-hitters on their skill 3s that he uses on Revelation. Non-standard ones that you don't normally think to.
Exciting stuff. We have a different switch up in bans here for the first time ever. Pre-bans coming through, slightly adjusted. We have got a Mia first ban coming from Han, and then we've got a Lily ban coming in from Yongyo.
Yeah, and believe it or not, the ban of the Mia, another character that can actually run a cheeky little revelation if you want to. It is a 2-hit, both hits able to strip and push back the enemy. So, you know, those 2 hits with the support could be a little bit of a threat. And then obviously the Lily ban. Lily is just such a pivotal unit, especially for the slower comps, to give you turn advantage into the later game.
Yeah, well, we're already seeing things get locked in now. And as you can see, coming up on your screen, Sue, Yongyo has gone for Freya and RC77, so that gets locked in straight away for him. And a counter, I believe, Yeli and Mio over the side of Han.
Yeah, and that RC77 is the one I want to highlight because he is one of those units. He's got a big AoE with defense shred, attack break, and also a stun in there as well. So just waiting for the graphic to catch up, but you know, a very interesting pick there. Also, the Freya, another obvious revelation pick. Got the attack buff, got the multi-hitters, and it looks like we are seeing Yongyo go for his standard strategy.
You say obvious. Obviously, outside of competitive, people might look at Freya and think, what? Like, you know, like, what's going on here? Freya traditionally considered a supportive champion. Freya can build full attack crit. 4 hits of her ultimate can make full use of Revelation. Obviously, there's a self-attack buff with that. Then also provides a damage up for anybody else that you're running in your team too. So pretty strong pick in that sense. RC77 Kraken comes in. Not Kraken, I think it's actually Yang.
I don't know if the graphic is wrong there. On our screen, we are seeing a Yang pick. Now, we'll have to wait and see who that actually is. I'll talk more on that in the game as it comes forward to see what that actually ends up being. Then we have Han picking up the Kaz. Obviously, Kaz, very powerful character with the control, with the sleep. The Hoyan as well. Hoyan, a great, solid pick. However, we do have the Heinrich on the opponent team, which I could see maybe that Heinrich coming up as a ban because he is a great counter to the Hoyan, stopping her from getting that Soul Ward. So Hoyan, honestly, a really nice pick, and then capping it off with the Valerian, another cheat death in the team available. And then
the Silence, yeah, the Silence comes through. Do have to just let you know that it wasn't Kraken in the protected slot, it was Yang from what we can see.
Yeah.
So that should be the protected slot for Yongyo.
Yang doing a single target, but it is a 6 hit, and each crit is going to advance his team. So this is where we see the Yang come in, and RC77 being super fast, and Celine's, everyone is fast.
And how many? That's 4 revelations. 4 revelations on Yongyo's team.
And you can see that damage coming out super fast, already proccing the Valerian. And now we have the RC77, and RC77 can stun his primary target. And watch this damage that's going to start. Not as much as the other one, but still really good damage, getting that half health over there onto the Valerian as well.
Every single one of Yongyo's characters outspeed his opposition here. Yep. And I think now that Freya comes through, and we're not running any gigabytes, we do have the...
We do get the revenge with the revive, the full revive. As we mentioned earlier, Hoyan can absolutely shift games, but now we do have the Freya Revelation coming out. It is going to finish off 2 of the units, but that Hoyan sitting there with her ult ready, if she can snipe one of these, she will get a full heal revive on one of her allies, and that is the big thing with Hoyan. If you can't counter her, she can absolutely turn games. Here it comes, and we do get the kill, and back comes the Kaz.
And here this is where problems may come through for Yongyo. Revelation not on available. It's off cooldown at the moment, so does not have the ability to proc.
And both of these characters having 4-turn cooldowns, so they won't line up their key skills with that Revelation, but it looks like we could be okay, depending on these sleeps. We do have Freya's skill 2 active. Do we land both the sleeps? We do land both the sleeps, which is very, very crucial. We are so low on this Hoyan, though. I don't think she's going to be able to land the kill, and this is where she might get killed on the next turn, and then I think it could still go to Yongyo, but fantastic showing from this Hoyan.
Yeah, that was a really, really clutch pick. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, cooldown's now there. Not going to be able to one-shot someone with...
She does! What? And there we go. We get the kill with the basic, and we have the full health Yelly coming back. We land the Slumber, and here comes the Revelation on the Yelly with a massive, massive upset. That is huge.
I did not think he was one-shotting with the S1 there.
That was massive.
Han, the underdog. That shows you were just talking about before this game, like Hoyan is a game changer in PvP. Like she is absolutely kind of borderline useless in PvE, but absolutely nutso in PvP. And right there, single-handedly won the game for Han.
Yeah, she's one of those ones that when her and Holden came out, people were sort of seeing Holden as the premier pick. The thing with Hoyan is there's a lot of counters to her, but if you don't have a counter, and we saw that perfectly in the pick ban phase when we saw the Heinrich get banned, he is a great counter for her. Heinrich goes out, she can just play her entire game, but dude, the amount of damage on that Hoyan with the basic attack, managing to wipe that Yang, get the extra revive on the Yelly, and clean up the game, it was massive.
Tells you a little bit about the gearing strategy from Yongyo as well. Like clearly, full offense, very little defense invested. Obviously, 4 revelations, so not even running a defensive set of shells. Just he obviously leaves himself open. If he can't get those first turn kills, he is leaving himself open to counterplay. And yeah, given that he had an S1 that took him down, not running any HP realistically.
And we do see, and I was about to say I could anticipate a Hoyan ban coming, we do see that. It is coming to you guys in a second. I just wanted to touch on that a little bit more, but yeah, that Hoyan was absolutely fantastic and so pivotal. I'm curious to see what Han has to bring out when he doesn't have that Hoyan, because it felt like that was hard carrying the entire game for him. So we'll have to wait and see.
Hands down, coolest game I think so far. The Hoyan just instantaneously bringing this back. And Yongyo, he mentioned before the game, you know, I'm expecting to be the favorite. I want to prove it. I mean, anything can change in these pick and ban phases, but this is where the adaptation comes into play. This is where the drafting skill comes through. Han actually does a little bit of cheeky counterplay on his own. He locks in the Lingluo, and then I think has also locked in the Yang here. I think in terms of a return, we've got the Mio and the Freya, and then the Heinrich being locked in.
I'm not sure what's going on the graphic. We're trying to see exactly what's going on here, because on our screen we are seeing some different picks, some very interesting picks at that. So we do have the Lingluo and the Yang definitely coming out from the Han. Now, something to notice that you can't see on screen at the moment, but I believe that Yang is still 3-star. Yes. So that Yang, the whole counter pick there is to stop that turn advance that he does bring. But we saw that Yongyo, his whole team is just so fast.
Yeah, and we're going to get the rest of Han's comp getting brought in. The Lily actually being Han's protected pick rather than Yongyo. Yeah, we're going to see it switched over to Mio here, and then we're going to see the rest of the draft filter through pretty quickly. That is an interesting pickup, though, going for such a weak Yang on the side of Han. Like, it's not a ban target, so you get left with a very, very kind of like, almost like a, yeah, just nothing.
You're playing with 3 characters.
Yeah, you're playing with 3 characters, essentially.
But he saw that was his fastest unit, wanted to counter it, so that's what he went ahead with. And, you know, we're going to have to see if it does actually pay off. Now, he does have the Lingluo as well, so he's got the sustain. That Heinrich, I wouldn't be surprised if that Heinrich is also on Revelation. Another multi-hit on the skill 3. So how fast is that Heinrich? How much of a threat is it? I'm liking Yongyo for this one, picking up his last 2 picks with the RC77 and the Yelly, anticipating full Revelation except for that Mio. We do have a little bit of control. The O-Ball coming out as a counter control as well. We'll have to see the bans. It looks like the bans are going to be the Lingluo and the Freya.
Yeah, so Lingluo, I think the obvious more ban choice here. We are fast with the Lily, though. We are very, very fast Lily on the side of Han. Who does he want to speed up? Probably the O-Ball.
Yep, so O-Ball's going to be able to stun all 4 of the enemies. So lands all those stuns, then he can just go in with the AoE here and sleep the other 3 that woke up. Does land all the sleeps as well. Very strong play. Now, just the thing to note with that Yelly, her skill 3 does cleanse debuff, so that attack break sometimes going to be good in other situations, but Yelly doesn't really care about it. We do have the stun available again if we want to overlap to lock out that Yelly, because if she moves, it's going to be threatening, but we do go the basic. We land the poison. Can we land the sleep?
We do.
We do. Okay. Very, very important. Now, the awkward thing is we don't want to use that skill 3 for cooldown reduction because it's going to wake them all up, and it's not going to advance O-Ball enough, so we do opt for the basic onto the Mio.
We have the Yang now. Obviously, Yang not doing much in this situation.
Yang under-leveled, under-geared, but if we do land some lucky crits with this skill 3, we could advance our team forward. Now, the O-Ball is in a great position here as well. Oh, we go for the attack buff. Okay, we go for his skill 2 instead, and now we can go that skill 3 stun again. Oh. And we do pick it up, and everyone is stunned. That Yelly is so incredibly low. Now we get the cooldown reduction over onto that O-Ball. He is going to advance as well. We kill the Yelly, and now we can go ahead and sleep that Mio, who is a threat. RC wakes up. Now we can go ahead and basic attack into the RC or into the Heinrich. And this is where they are. The thing to remember is they are all in Revelation. If 2 of them get in turn, it is game over. But we're going to have the skill 3 again, pretty sure, are we? Are we? Oh, no, yes, we do have the skill 3 available on the Kaz. And there we go, we get the full team sleep. And we have it available on the O-Ball as well. Opting to double up, do we land the stuns? The RC is going to have a chance, but it's going to be too late because we will get the chance to sleep it again.
Doesn't do any damage here, but we do have the Lily. I mean, Heinrich is dead, but they're going for the RC. He gets slumbered by the Kaz.
And we get the kill, and that
down.
Oh. And there it is, the game. Han getting excited. Get around the man. Fantastic effort. The underdog coming through with some fantastic play. Keeping in mind, he only had 3 characters to play with.
He literally had 3 characters to play with in that game. Unbelievable. honestly, draft kingdom from Han there. I really felt he absolutely thought that draft out perfectly, had some really good counters. I loved that Lily lock-in as well, knowing that he had a very high speed Lily to work with, took out the highest speed options on the opponent's side and ensured that he had the opportunity to go first.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I think he identified quickly that Yang was the threat, because the Yang was the one that was going to give the whole team to move before him and was going to clean him up. So he's like, I will sacrifice a slot on my team to take that Yang, even though it's going to do nothing, knowing my Lily can outspeed, and then I can just cycle control through the enemy team. I know they're squishy. They're not going to last too many rounds. If I can just get enough CC out, I can win this game.
That, to me, was probably the most impressive adaptation and pick and ban phase from anybody. You pick a level 3, level 1, 3-star, level 1 Yang. You're thinking, what? Okay, you've just gimped your team. But now, did it for a specific reason, knowing that was the linchpin of that revelation comp coming out from Yongyo. And Yongyo is out. He's out of the tournament. He was the fan favorite pick behind the scenes. Han advances to the semi-finals. Really well thought out. And again, another player coming from that big clan over on the European server, where a lot of that theory crafting has taken place here.
Yep.
Incredible stuff from these guys. They have really cracked that thought about the game, how you approach the game, how you adapt, what else you can bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, I'm absolutely gobsmacked at his options that he had. Obviously, he used the Hoyan. I thought after that Hoyan option was gone, I didn't think he was going to have the second win to come back once that got banned, because we saw that pre-ban coming, but then having another strategy to counter your opponent, absolutely fantastic. And once again, having that really fast Lily in the locked position really just saved him the game as well.
Yeah, the draft phase was unbelievable from Han right there. Really well played. And again, this is what I love about Theria. It's as much a chess game as it is about what you do in game as well. And even then, executed perfectly again. I actually felt like Obel had his S3 up more than he didn't in that game. We're going to see some key highlights from that match. Our third quarterfinal done and dusted now. Congratulations to Han. Let's look back at his victory.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined here by Han after a really decisive win in that last best of 3. Han, I think you lied to me, because pre-match you said that you were the underdog. It did not look like it during that game.
Yeah, I was underdog because I'm saying that because of the votes and the projection. He had like the highest, it was 21%, and I had 7% of the votes. Also, the casters also projected Yongyo to win. That's why I think I'm the underdog.
Well, you managed to prove all of them wrong, but I think there was a pivotal moment to everyone there. You picked a 3-star character going to the... Were you shaking when you decided to make that decision?
No, I was shaking after the game when I realized I won, actually. But the 3-star Yang pick is because I actually prepared, from the qualifiers, I prepared an anti-strat for the Revelation players. And there were 2 or 3 picks that countered this anti-strat, and Yang was one of them. Actually, when he picked it in the first game, I was really scared because he never showed it, and that's why he was confident in before the game.
Well, it turned out it worked really well for you in that second match. Clean 2-0 victory in that best of 3. You've locked in your spot going into the semi-finals. Do you still think that you're the underdog now going into that?
It really depends on who will win the next match. Let's see.
Well, we'll see in just a bit. We're going to go ahead and take a very quick break. We'll be back with the final quarterfinal match after this. final matchup is in that last semi-final match. Let's call out the last two contestants in the quarterfinals. First up, we have Sarunn. Going up against him is Reroll. Well, gentlemen, we already have 3 players locked into the semi-finals. Have we saved the best for last going into this game? Reroll, are you feeling confident going into this one?
I don't know if I'm feeling confident, but I will do my best to win.
Well, that's great to hear. Sarunn, you feeling a little bit nervous or feeling good going into this game?
It will be hard. I'm not very confident.
Well, we'll have to see if that still translates into a good performance coming into this match. Let's kickstart that last quarterfinal game.
The last quarterfinal, Vulcan, we are here. Reroll versus Sarunn, both from the same guild over on the European server. And yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good for big representatives on this side of the bracket as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I don't know too much about these guys. I don't know too much about their strategies. I know we've got a kind of a turn 2 versus a revelation guy, but let's be real. We're throwing that out the window for these games so far because it hasn't really been the case for any of our matches. How do you feel about this one?
Yeah, this one, I'm just not going to say anything. I'm just going to wait and see how it pans out because, like you said, we have been seeing some really interesting plays. And can I just say, I'm still on a high from that last game. The Ho-Yan, the 3-star Yang, fantastic. These two guys, we are looking at Reroll as being more of the aggressive player and Sarunn as being more of the defensive player. That's in the past. Once again, maybe we see some change-ups on that one, but they are both from the same guild, and you think these guys in their guilds would have been helping each other with their strategies. We did see in some earlier rounds, you know, some of those alicorns come out built as a counter to Kekka's strategy that maybe they knew within. So maybe these guys have a deep insight, and I'm curious to see how they try to counterplay each other. Yeah, I know. We are heading into the pick and ban phase for this final quarterfinal so far. You can see some of the favorite choices for Sarunn and Reroll so far. Sarunn with the Tiamat, the Rahul, you know, those kind of picks that you expect to see in a more defensive bruiser type comp, and then you've got, is that a Bjorn? Like, I don't see too much of that. Yeah, because he scales with that HP goes up, he's absolutely fantastic as well. He does have the ignore passives as well, which is a great effect. But we do have the pre-bans coming in, with the pre-ban of Tiamat coming from Reroll and Yelly coming from Sarunn. So definitely trying to counter those core play styles of turn 2 versus turn 1. So, you know, very, very safe pre-bans based on the strategy they know about their opponents. I was hoping we'd get to see a Tiamat come in today, but it's not going to look like it's going to happen this round anyway. Yeah, we do get a first pick of the Freya here on the side of Reroll. So obviously Reroll being the more revelation style player, he's going to lock that in, and that is obviously a pretty cool pickup for him. However, things like Ling Luo, Heinrich are still open. So some of those big picks, that people have kind of wanted to prioritize beforehand have come through, and Lily and Ling Luo come through for Sarunn here. Yeah, two very safe picks in the current meta. Lily, obviously, everyone at home probably heard something or two about Lily along the way. Two fantastic characters with the Ling Luo. As we've mentioned before, her healing, her cleansing, everything she brings to the table is absolutely fantastic. And then we get the next two picks of Tsukiyomi and the protected pick of Heinrich. Heinrich being a very pivotal one as well, able to run on that revelation. Tsukiyomi, massive booster, give someone a turn. get that attack buff, and away you go, you're cooking. So we've got two really good attack buffers on the team for reroll to play with his Revelation plays. I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw 2 more Revelation users, multi-hitters, AoEs to try and clean up this game. I would anticipate that Tsukiyomi being a super fast character for those boosting capabilities.
We're going to see protected pick coming through now from Sarunn, and it looks like it is going to be the Holden, and he is going to be going in with the Viper as a follow-up here. So again, counter-attacky, a bit more bruisery, a bit of a strip coming through with Holden. Obviously, there's a turn meter manipulation on the S2 as well. Have to see what this comp rounds out like for reroll. And he looks like he is going to go for something slightly off the wall. So we saw this from Yongyo a little bit earlier in terms of Revelation users, but it looks like it's going to be RC and it's going to be Obol.
Yeah, now quickly about that, Obol, if we know he's a Revelation player, another one that does do multi-hits on that skill 3, and that's the crazy thing about this Revelation play. Anything that has multi-hits is able to do it, and it does look like we will be seeing a very uniform Revelation play coming out in this one. And RC77 having that multi-hit, Death Shred, attack break, he's got the stun for a single target, really fantastic. Now over on Sarunn's team, you know, that Holden and Viper kind of doing the same sort of thing. We've got AoE strips, we've both got the attack break, we've now got a speed slow, res down. Holden being very valuable with that pushback as well, and it does look like we are going to see his final pick being a pivotal unit in the Veronica. One unit that is absolutely vital for cutting between your opponent's Revelation plays. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Veronica ban. We'll have to wait and see, but Veronica is a massive threat.
Were you mentioning before the show began, we were expecting to see some Veronica in the tournament thus far. It looks like the bans have come through. Looks like it's going to be Lingluo banned and Tsukiyomi banned. So, yeah, I mean, it's expected for reroll's side, but yeah, it's going to be the Lingluo that comes through, which does mean that we get to keep Veronica on the field here.
Yeah, but we don't have any sustain, so that's where the ban of the Lingluo comes in. We do go straight in for that Freya on the Revelation, doing about 40% HP or so on everyone, which is big. But then we do get that Veronica cut in as she gets the advance when she's hit. Now she can use her skill 3, put that ward on her entire team. The problem is we do have the Heinrich on the opponent's team. So the Heinrich is going to be very important for stripping those buffs. We do also have the Obol as another way to strip those buffs. Plus we just have the raw damage coming in here.
Yeah, we do have obviously Heinrich come through, but it looks like Lily has crept in between Heinrich and Obol on the turn meter here, so maybe Lily gets to go first in this situation.
Yeah, but the Heinrich is on Revelation. If he strips these, if he strips the Soul Ward, it's just game over here. So let's see what he gets. No one goes down. No one goes down.
But Obol does manage to come back in, the speed just dropping off from Lily.
Holden has lost the Soul Ward though, so the Holden is going to go down by the looks of it. We do have the Amber proc on the Viper, so Viper is going to get round to his next turn, but it is not looking good. It looks like we will see the first Revelation really come through in this one. We can opt to get rid of the Lily if we want to, but we do go for some damage into that Viper.
I suppose, yeah.
And I think that's going to be it. There's not much else you can do about that, and that is the true power of that Revelation coming in. And once again, I think we were in a pretty good position anyway, but that Heinrich being able to strip the Soul Ward, absolutely fantastic to allow you to gain those kills.
Yeah, I mean, obviously just a really well speeded team from Reroll as well. It is going to be Sarunn that just nods his head, can't get people back onto the field here. You're not going to win that out with just Viper alone, and it will be a very quick victory. That is the level of victory speed that we were expecting from Revelation teams. Just like they take their first turn, kind of dominate, off they trot to the next one. So Reroll now, if you're going to adapt as Sarunn, where are you heading here? Because obviously Sarunn, I think, previously banned Yelling. Now obviously there's a big Revelation pick, but anything else that you think really stood out? Obol definitely coming up as a character that's becoming more and more of a nuisance, in my opinion, in these games.
Yeah, he's annoying, but I don't think he was the massive threat. Maybe he goes for a different pre-ban, but we'll have to wait and see. And the pre-bans do come in, and it looks like it's going to be Tiamat and the Yelly pre-ban as well. So that's what we're going for. I don't know. I mean, and we've seen it before, is maybe he counterpicks the Heinrich. The Heinrich is a massive threat, and if you can counterpick that, and then maybe if he has, we saw it in the previous round, the Hoyan build, that could be another fantastic option for dealing with these type of plays. But we just got to wait and see how these picks come in. So as you can see, we do have the Yelly and the Tiamat as the pre-bans coming out. That game was absolutely just one of those quick revelation games that you really expect. Now, we do see that first pick, Lily, coming in. As to be expected, Lily is a very strong unit. Unfortunately, she didn't get to do much in the last game, but let's see how we go in this one.
Yeah, and what we see is going to be Freya and Tsukiyomi again, so very easy pickups. It worked for him last time. He's not going to have to shift things up, and we'll see how we respond from Sarunn here. It looks like potentially he's thinking about rejigging the way he approaches the draft, waiting for him to get those next 2 lock-ins in this draft phase, just to see what he ends up with.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing to note was how fast that Freya was in the last game. So we banned the Tsukiyomi last time because she was a threat, because we know Tsukiyomi's probably going to be the fastest unit, but that Freya was still just so fast that it just makes it another massive threat. And it's how we're going to deal with that, because we did have the nice counterplay of the Veronica last time, but it just wasn't enough to get us through.
He is going to take the Heinrich and the Ling Luo, so 2 power picks locked in. Ling Luo protected this time round for Sarunn, so definitely a shift up in strategy. You no longer have the guaranteed strip from the Heinrich now, so it's going to have to be reroll, rethinking how he approaches this next phase of the draft.
Yeah, definitely. When you're playing that sort of turn 2 tanky type thing, when you have no sustain, it kind of falls against your strategy. So definitely a good option in that Ling Luo going into the pick over there. So I think that's a great protected change for him in this one, and hopefully it can pay off.
We'll see how he responds. Reroll goes straight for Yang in the protect spot. Now, we've seen how Yang works in Revelation comps. We saw it from Yongyo earlier on, and we also have Obol getting locked in as well. But Yang protected, so we'll not be able to get rid of him. We're expecting him to be very quick with those 6 hits to push the turn meter up.
And as I mentioned, we think Tsukiyomi is going to be super fast. We know that Freya is super fast. There is just a lot of speed and turn advancement in this team. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see the Veronica come in again, but is she going to be able to protect that team enough to make it worth it?
We shall have to see. We're looking for, I think it's going to be Holden and Veronica. Again, we're just waiting for Sarunn to make his final choice and lock those in. Looks like it will be Holden and Veronica to round out Sarunn's comp, which actually looks pretty threatening. I will say, depends on how the Heinrich is built, but it does look relatively threatening overall from Sarunn, a relatively good adaptation. And then it's up to a reroll for his final pickup of this draft phase.
Yeah, definitely. The Veronica just being a must-pick in these situations. I'm wondering if he just bans the Veronica and can cleave the whole enemy team before they actually get a turn. That's what I could maybe see happening based on how much speed we saw. And then we also have that Yang as protected, giving us even more speed in this one. So we'll have to see this final pick, which is going to be the RC77, once again getting more revelation damage in there.
Yeah, let's see how this pans out as we head into game. Looks like the bans are Lily, and as you predicted, usually Tsukiyomi, knowing how very fast she is in most of these games. Yeah. But it does leave it to Freya, and obviously we know that Yang is going to be fast. And it is, again, everybody taking a turn first here, which does not spell good news for Sarunn when Revelation gets every single turn first.
We do have the Veronica with the capacity to cut in front once again. I'm not too sure what the turn gauges are at, so we'll have to see how that goes. But, you know, we do get turn advancement from the Freya and also reduction for the enemies. And then we got more turn advancement from the Yang. Ooh. She goes the skill too. That was so that the Veronica could not cut in front. Wouldn't be surprised if we try and nuke the Veronica here, or just leave her, go for someone else so that Veronica can't move forward, and we do. We get massive damage in on that Ling Luo, and the heals are going to be gone now. It doesn't really matter at this stage. If that Veronica takes the turn, we can safely go for all those AoEs, and the Obol is still going to get his turn anyway. Wow. We can go ahead, stun the others, put those poisons on, and just wait for it to happen. The Veronica isn't going to be able to impact the game enough from this point, I don't think.
No, she will get to take her turn, but as you mentioned, not probably having lost the Ling Luo already. A lot of that sustain has gone. And yeah, as you mentioned, I really love that heads-up play. I love the heads-up play. Going to make sure that Veronica not getting the cut-in, buffing her own team, so you're going to get that available to you. And now the Freya comes through.
Yeah, and not much damage on that one because she did use the Revelation on the other one. And, you know, that's the trade-off. We played it safe. We wasted the Revelation, but we did save ourselves from that Veronica. We got away from the big threat in the team, which was that Ling Luo, who was going to drag the game out and bring it away from us. So that it was honestly a really great play. And, you know, that's just some thinking outside of the box.
And we're going to get another ult, and it's a triple stun this time round, so bringing it way back, and they're going to try and burst down the Heinrich. This is looking pretty good for reroll here. Has played this excellently so far. Obviously not fully over, but lost 2 Animus, and they were both stunned up. It looks like Holden's going to be the next to drop. And I think, ooh, just about survives, but again, not enough for Sarunn. I think Sarunn, realistically, unable to come back with just a Veronica from this position.
Yeah, but he's not looking too happy about that one, and the Veronica is not going to be able to get it from here. We're just going to opt for the slow play through here until we get it, and he does concede.
Brilliant play from Reroll, well drafted, had a really strong comp here and played it excellently. That is, again, another Revelation player playing a really good game, and we've ended up with two pretty strong Revelation players in semi-finals versus what it feels like more control-heavy comps from Han and Kekka, but those are our semi-finalists locked in. It is going to be Kekka versus Depour, and it is going to be obviously Han versus Reroll, but excellently played game from Reroll there.
Yeah, definitely, and just something to note that our semi-finalists, Kekka and Depour, both from the same guild, Scarlet, on the global side, and we have on the other side, Han and Reroll, both from the same guild, Big, over on the European side. So really good that we get to see these infighting before we come into the final matchup, which is going to be guild versus guild.
This is pretty exciting stuff. We've rattled through these quarterfinals. All of them were 2-0 sweeps. Not much chance for coming back, but we are now entering to that stage of the game where, you know, we've got those strongest four coming through. We're expecting a little more back and forth between the competitors. We will be having the semi-finals today as well, guys, so they will be taking place today, a little bit later on, and you'll get to see who is going to be advancing through to the final by the end of this first day of broadcast. But an incredible couple of quarterfinals, and that one specifically never really felt, again, a little bit like our first game. Didn't really ever feel like Sarunn had much of an in that situation.
Yeah, unfortunately not. So, you know, two very dominated games and then two very, you know, well-competed games coming out of that one, which is always great to see. We've seen it all. We've seen, you know, off-meta type play. We've seen the straight Revelation get through as well. So, looking forward to these semi-finals.
That felt a little more standard from Reroll, though. Didn't really feel like there was too much out of the box for him. That's what looked like your more standard Revelation comps. You know, he kind of playing what me might have expected people to be playing coming into this. And again, I think just built well, high speed. I don't think Sarunn ever actually had the speed to get into that either. And he mentioned, you know, a lot of the way to counter Revelation is either by trying to sustain through the damage or cutting in, trying to get meter manipulation, maybe with Gigabytes or with, you know, with, like you said, with Veronica. Didn't quite work out. We can take a look back at Reroll's win just now, though, with some highlights. Then we're going to jump over to an interview with Matt and Reroll over on the couch.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined here by Reroll after a decisive 2-0 victory in that best-of-3 match. Reroll, you're going to be heading into the semi-finals and going up against your guildmate as well. You know, how are you feeling about the potential matchup?
Yeah, it feels strange. I didn't think a lot about the second match. I was very focused on the first one because, like, most important one, I think. I'm happy actually to face a guildmate because it will mean that a guildmate will go to a final. If it's me, it's good. If it's Anne, it's less good, but still good a bit.
Well, we can focus on that last match, specifically in game number 2, when the game started and you just saw the turn order was you. Did you feel like that's it, you've got a lock?
Not at all, because actually I had to not press so much button, like with Freya I had to S2, because if I S3, it's Veronica directly play, and if she plays, she gave immunity to everyone, and I was cooked. So I was like, oh my god, what I'm doing? But I got lucky that Yang pushed enough my team so that my Obol can play before her. But yeah, it was good to play first, but was not safe.
Well, it worked out in your favor. There was a very decisive match in game number 2. Now going into the semi-finals, we've seen lots of players in the quarters already unleash something special in the quarterfinal matches. Do you have something special planned for the semi-finals, maybe?
Yeah, sure. I still got a lot of units that I didn't play since he picked the same unit, so I cannot pick the same unit. But I got also some units. I hope I can pick some spicy units. It depends on.
Well, looking forward to see if you have any more spice coming out in the semi-finals. We're going to go ahead and take a break and start those semi-final matches right after this.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the EWS 2025 Global Invitational. I'm Scoundrel Jumbo Vulcan. We have had every quarterfinal now. We know who is in the semifinals, and we are jumping into them straight away. First up, obviously, Kekka versus Depour. That is going to be an interesting one. And as you mentioned, kind of a fun guild fact, both semi-finalists coming from the same guilds on either side. So we're guaranteed a big guild versus guild matchup in the finals, but specifically, they've got to settle who's the best in their own guilds before they get there.
Yeah. Guild versus Big versus Scarlet is going to be the grand final. It's who's going to win amongst themselves in this meantime. That's going to be the very interesting one to see. Now, I'm really looking forward to this Kekka Depour because, as we know, I feel like Depour's strategy that we saw is kind of going to counter Kekka, but Kekka does have something else in the back. And I was saying to you that I have a hunch that maybe Reroll could actually win the whole thing. He just looks to be incredibly fast on a lot of his units with that huge revelation damage.
Yeah, and as we know, in this type of game, speed is the most crucial stat. No, look, not only being the fastest, but managing which unit goes where, how you position them with speed against each other, making sure you're chaining your units together properly so they are not going in the wrong order on your side of the team. Now, obviously, you can't control everything. A lot of turn manipulation comes in, CC, turn stealing, etc. But it looked like Reroll had a very fast revelation team. Interested to see, though, Depour versus Kekka. This is going to be a really interesting one to me. Obviously, Kekka kind of openly said, I'd love to face the slower turn 2 players. Like, I think I've got the stronger control. I can just whittle them down. Depour, obviously not a turn 2 control player. A little bit more in the line of Reroll with those revelation options. I don't think we saw all of Depour's revelation options, though, there. I feel like he brought a very specific style to that match against Shiny. You would think he would have more classic revelation options in the tank if he wants to come to this matchup as well.
Yeah, definitely. But and I think both of these players have something in reserve. So I'm thinking we could see something new yet again in this match.
And that is what makes this exciting. Now, over on the stage, you can see behind us, we've got Matthew ready to chat to the semi-finalists. So we're going to chuck it over to him.
Thank you very much, Vulcan and Scoundrel. We are down to the last 2 matches of today. After 4 quarterfinal games, only 2 semi-final matches are left. Let's kick things off with that first game. Up first is Depour. His opponent and winner from the first match is Kekka. Gentlemen, you've made it all the way to the semifinals. You've secured at least $4,000 from the prize pool. I want to start with you first of all. You've been so happy this entire tournament so far. You seemed really happy walking out as well. Now you're up against your guildmate for a spot in the finals. You feeling a little bit less nervous now and more excited for these matches?
Well, I'm now just having fun, to be honest. I'm really excited, and let's do our best.
Well, that's a great place to be. Kekka, I've got to ask you again. You told me you were cooking something for match 1. You definitely did. Is there any spice left for the semifinals?
No, he's faster than me. I'm cooked.
Well, let's see if that's how it pans out. Let's get into our first semifinal match. Gentlemen, please take the stage.
Oh, that was good. That was funny. He just Kekka straight up like, this guy is faster than me. I have no way that I'm winning. I mean, look, might just be a bit of talk before the game. We'll have to see how it pans out. But you know, we saw that in the reroll game, having those fast revelation units, you can just basically command a game from turn one. It's kind of what we were trying to talk about before the tournament started. That's essentially how Revelation likes to play: really fast, hit them really hard, win before they have a chance to respond.
That between the two, because they do know each other's accounts very, very well. They are aware, but I'm hoping we get to see Kekka cook something up that can maybe get him the win in this one, because he played so well in that first game. The new strategies that he cooked up to counter the current meta, it's just a matter of if he can do it against this Revelation type play. He did against the turn 2. Now's the test.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, if you look at the strategy from a theory perspective, clearly much better suited against the slower teams where they're not going to have a chance to respond. If you're not getting the first hit in, sometimes you might be able to, you might lose control of the game. As you mentioned, though, you're thinking Kekka probably running some HP, some defense on his modules, not needing, as you mentioned, the full effect accuracy in PvP content, because, as you mentioned, no one running effect resist realistically. So we'll have to see how much that tankiness can kind of keep him going versus the Revelation.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But you know, the other thing is he might just be playing mind games. He might just be trying to lull Depour into a false sense of security, and then away he comes. Maybe he's got, because we've only seen those few that limited strategy by him. These guys have really well built accounts, and maybe he does have that thing up his sleeve to go ahead and claim the victory.
We are looking to get into this first semi-final. It is Depour versus Kekka, both from the same guild, both from Scarlet, looking to see who's the #1 player in their Scarlet guild, and obviously then advancing to the finals. We are waiting to get into that pick and ban phase, looking for the 3 bans from Kekka and Depour right now. I wonder where they're going. Obviously, you know, Kekka was pretty steadfast, Depour pretty steadfast in their bans previously. You know, Lingluo and Heinrich was just basically banned every single time previously, so we'll have to see how that pans out this time.
Yeah, definitely, and here we go. So we are getting early access into the pre-bans, and we do have the pre-ban from Kekka of Valerian, but Depour, seeing the massive threat that Kekka had last time, and pre-banning the Obol.
I did mention it, and I thought maybe Obol becomes a bit more of a threat. You know, obviously he was annoying to deal with. The strip, specifically the buff strip that he offers at the very start of the game, can be a real pain. It looks like Depour thinks that's enough of a threat, but obviously he's open Lingluo and Heinrich for whoever might want to take them. Waiting to see what gets locked in first now.
Yeah, and obviously seeing that Kekka had his team well speed-tuned, and the fastest one in that team as well was the Obol. So, you know, countering the speed as well, trying to be the fastest player.
We'll have to see, and maybe, as you mentioned, having intimate knowledge of each other's accounts, they may know which the fastest units are. And as you mentioned, it's not just the pre-bans, it's the early denies. But Depour with the Tsukiyomi, obviously banned. I don't think we've seen a single game of Tsukiyo this entire tournament. She gets banned pretty much straight away as you go at very high speed.
Yeah, granting someone a turn, you're going to have that thing super fast. And we do see Kekka go ahead and get the other 2 really strong supports with Lily and Doki Doki. So full supports coming out here. Depour up to make his picks. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw some big damage coming out in these next couple picks from Depour.
It looks like we are potentially getting Neo locked in here as well to see where Depour goes with his next 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, really strong, like a really strong start with Tsukiyomi. It's a massive threat. You're always looking at the speed, and then he picks up the Mio, another massive threat.
Yeah, and the Hoyen as well. We've seen how impactful the Hoyen can be in this tournament already, and it's the protected pick of the Hoyen, so you can't get rid of it this time round.
That big damage is ready to come out from the Hoyen. Hopefully we get to see some good highlights again. That last game with Hoyen was absolutely fantastic. Once again, in that protected pick is a very valuable place to have it. And, you know, we can see that massive game shift happen with her. And then we do see the protected pick coming in of the Messiah. Now, Messiah being a massive counter to the Hoyen due to his ability to ignore the passive. Hoyen doesn't get to proc passive and counterattack and kill. She just gets dropped. So, very smart play by Kekka there, picking the straight counterplay to the protected pick because you can't ban it, so you got to counter it.
As you mentioned, also Veronica coming through as well. So the ability to cut in, seal buffs, potentially going to be pretty impactful here. Obviously, Messiah, you're going to want him to be as fast as possible, but you have plenty of speed buffs and turn accelerants on your team here, so potentially setting up for a big Messiah hit. We knew that Kekka had Revelation in his kit. Like, we thought coming in he was the Revelation player, so we knew that he had it in the back pocket. But it's Heinrich and Yeli that gets locked in. We saw how impactful Depour's Yeli was previously. And then Freya, the final pick from Kekka. So we are really looking at Revelation versus Revelation here.
Yeah, definitely. And who is the ban? So we do have the Lily ban and the Tsukiyomi ban. So trying to ban the fastest units on either player's team. And we do have it with the Doki going first, getting those boosts into the Freya.
That is going to be big. Freya is Revelation, and Messiah obviously running with the White Fang. So going to be a big hit here. Depour's just looking on to see what happens.
And it is big damage. Down to 40% on everyone at least. And then we come in with the Messiah, the big hit, and it is a straight wipe in 2 turns. There you go. Kekka was not comfortable with his speed, but he's coming on top with that Doki Doki play straight into that Messiah. The Hoyan unable to do anything with that one.
That was classic Revelation right there. That is most players' experience in PvP. And, you know, coming in as a new player, you're probably thinking, I got wiped out in 1 hit by a cleave. What happened? That right there is what happened. Kekka, he was underselling himself in the interview. He's not cooked. He's clearly got a lot in the tank here, and Depour now has to think about how he wants to adjust that strategy. Probably can't give away Lily and Doki Doki in 1 run to
yeah, definitely. And I'm wondering if they've had insight into each other's accounts. I'm wondering if in setup for this tournament, because they've got their gear and everything locked in, I'm wondering if Kekka's slipped that fast gear onto the Doki Doki and used that Lily as a bait to try and draw it in. I'm not too sure, but that was a fast Doki and just a great all-round cleave.
Tell you what, Kekka looking pretty good for the tournament here. He's shown that he's got a wide variety of strategies. That right there was almost perfect Revelation execution. Very strong stuff from Kekka. We're going to go into the second of this best of 3. Remember, the semi-finals are also best of 3s. Kekka could come out with another quick 2-0 victory. Clearly showing himself as the one of the tournament favorites. It's going to be an O-Volt ban again. This time round, going to see the Hoyan ban from Kekka.
Yeah, I like that. I like the pre-ban from Kekka. That Hoyan is a massive threat, and if he's worried that he's not going to get the opportunity to pick up that Messiah to counter it, because we know that is the counter, then just get rid of it before it even starts, and you don't have to worry about it at all. I think that's a very safe ban.
Not sure how comfortable Depour was looking there, because he's just gone through the very early pick phase, and he obviously looked to first lock in the Lily, but it's left over Tsukiyomi and also Doki Doki, and you can't ban both. So
yeah, definitely. So yeah, he's locked in that Lily as his first pick, and is that we're waiting for this to refresh up here. We are getting some early insights, and it is the Tsukiyomi and the Doki, like you said, going in for the for Kekka, and we saw how fast that Doki Doki was, and as we mentioned, Tsukiyomi often really fast. It's not max leveled over on Kekka's account, which means maybe it's more of a counter pick than an actual genuine pick from him, so we'll have to wait and see. And then we do get the next 2 picks from Depour rolling in.
And it's interesting though, you've seen the Doki, right? You know how fast the Doki Doki is. Are you just going to chance it, the Tsukiyomi, and say, well, I mean, Doki Doki's really fast. What's the chance that you've got 2 of them that are that fast?
You kind of got to do it at that stage. I mean, if you know something's faster, you just got to hope the next one isn't. But we do get the Freya and the Heinrich coming in from Depour, 2 units that can run Revelation, deal massive damage again. We did see Kekka have the Freya last time, so locking those 2 in as we go. Really solid start. The Heinrich is in that protected slot as well to note, so that thing is not going to be able to get banned. He is a very pivotal unit in a lot of situations.
What are we going to get a response from Kekka? Yeli in the protected slot and Mio coming through. This is looking pretty scary if you're going up against Kekka. He has got a very strong Revelation team working up here. Plenty of control, a lot of turn meter accelerant and turn meter take away from the enemy team as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bit of a speed race here. It's looking like Revelation versus Revelation speed race, and that's what it's going to come down to. Is that Doki Doki going to get through? If it doesn't, is the Tsukiyomi going to be even faster? Or are we going to let the Lily through, or are we going to ban the Freya? Because Freya, as we saw before over from Reroll, Freya can be incredibly fast as well.
Freya's got a very high base speed, so you can really buff her speed up to pretty insane levels. Let's see how Depour rounds out this composition. He's got 2 more choices here. Obviously, previously the Valerian was banned. This time the Valerian gets picked, and it's Holden to round things out. So that is Depour's
cop. Yeah, a bit more of a tanky team he's going for in this one, trying to counter that play. It is looking hyper-aggressive from Kekka, so that yelling in the locked position is a really safe one. Wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe another Revelation damage dealer just to finish it off, because we're only seeing the 2 Revelations by the looks of it on Depour's side with Heinrich and Freya, and I still think it's just going to come down to a speed race on this one.
This is another speed race, definitely looks like the case. Let's have a look at the bans now. Do you know what? It is Doki Doki banned away by, I think it's the right choice. You've seen how fast Doki Doki is. You've kind of got to take a gamble on how good the Tsukiyomi
and
is.
The Lily gets banned,
very
and the
fast.
Suki
And
is
it's
still
very
fast. Yes,
it's very
Not to
fast.
mention the Mia and the Kaz also incredibly fast. They also get the speed buff on top of that. And it's not looking great. We do have the Lighthouse, though, on the Holden to take note of as well. So we're going to get a big AoE damage. I think you're just going to have to go with that damage and risk the Holden taking the gap. But we do have the Valerian as well to deal with on top of that. So let's see if we can get 1 KO here at least.
Oh,
and we get the double, and we get the follow-up, and that is game right there. That was huge damage. And well played
that was insane.
to Kekka.
I mean, 2 rounds of Revelation TM gameplay right there. That was incredibly fast. And yeah, I mean, look, I think Depour made the right choice. I can't fault him. You ban the Doki Doki knowing how fast it is, but obviously the Tsukiyomi is just as fast, if not faster.
I just want to note, I think Kekka really tried to bait everyone watching there.
Baited
At
them,
the start in the interview, he has just pulled the blind over everyone and said, oh, he's faster than me. He had 3 faster units in that battle.
3 fast units. I mean, obviously, we know that Mio is a very high base speed as well, so we're expecting Mio to be relatively quick, but 3 faster units. Now, look, I don't know how much I could say about that game. It was just outspeed. Like, you just got outsped. That is kind of how it is. Really good draft phase. What I will commend Kekka for, though, the depth of strategy that he's brought here. He clearly brought Revelation to the table, knowing he had a very strong Revelation backbone, knowing that might struggle against really strong Bruiser T2s, but brought the Bruiser T2 anti-comp in the form of his full control. So Kekka brought 2, at least 2, we don't know how many more he's got, but at least 2 incredibly viable compositions to the table to this tournament, and he is now through to the final tomorrow. We are going to see Kekka going all the way to that best of 5. Now, you mentioned very quickly that you thought that reroll was pretty quick. Do you think he's that quick?
I don't know, and that's the fantastic thing. We didn't get to see the speed out of Kekka in that first round, so against those slower stall teams, he's obviously built his little bit slower control team and kept his speed in the back, which he has shown now. So I honestly have no idea if it does get down to those 2. It's just going to be a speed race, I'd have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, that was quick. Those, we're looking at pushing 300 speed, maybe even above.
Well beyond.
Maybe
well beyond. These guys are probably in the 340 plus range, I would anticipate.
Which, by the way, is ridiculous. I mean, my highest is like 290 at the moment, and that's because I've basically put like 3 yellow speed substats on them. So I've only just got to nearly 300. These guys are pushing the mid 300s on their speed, which is incredible. But Kekka, yeah, I mean, I can clearly see why everyone kind of viewed him as the favorite from the analyst point of view coming into this.
Yeah, and definitely, and congratulations to Depour. Great performance once again. He does leave with the 4,000 as well, so not going home empty-handed. So, and his guildmate, he gets to support his guildmate in the grand final.
It's a bittersweet loss, isn't it? You know you're seeing one of the best players in the world from your guild going to the finals, and that's incredible. But yeah, big congrats to Depour. He said he was here for fun. I hope he had fun getting through to the semi-finals. He's still top 4 in the world right now in Ethereum restart. But we are with the winner and the first grand finalist over with Matt on the sofa. So we're going to throw it over to him for a quick interview.
Welcome back. I'm joined here by Kekka, and you know, when you sat down before the interview started, you immediately went, I can explain, and then you went through your entire thought process of why you said he was going to be faster than you, but that was not the case with both games. Walk me through that, because when you were explaining to me off air, it sounded like 5D chess at one point. Run me through your thought process through both pick and ban phases.
Yeah, so the first game is a lot harder because it's a random pick. Not knowing your first pick or second pick like affects your pre-ban a lot. I knew Depour well enough that we each have 3 units that are the fastest, and whoever gets 2 of them will win, because if the first pick picks 1, the other person gets to pick 2, and we will each ban only 1 of it, and the other will be left with the other one. So I pre-banned the first game praying that I will be second pick, and if I'm not, then I'll try to cook something up. But I was like, my mind was not like, I was going blank because there's just too many variables. Like, there are counters like, oh yeah, and like, you know, when you try to not get one shot, like Veronica, like, I would like rely on these strategies. But my best bet would be that I'm second pick, which I ended up being second pick. And another thing, why I actually outsped his Mio, I think, is because my Doki had a bulwark set on it, and I picked Freya, which adds turn meter to the bulwark user. So that's actually why I think I outsped him. I basically got 10 speed for free on my Doki Doki. Yeah, that's mainly it. And the second game, I knew, so I think the second game, Depour, his best bet was to actually just ban one of the 3 units that I mentioned, because then we can each only have 1, which will then be banned, and then it will be a contest for the rest of the speed units. And I thought he would be faster than me on these, so that's why I didn't feel confident. So that's why I think banning Obel was like a mistake. And then for me, I knew as long as I outspeed him on the second pick, I just need to ban Ho Yen to like not get counter cleaved. So even if he takes Messiah, I can go Yeli and not worry about getting counter one shot.
Well, it worked out well for you, because in the quarterfinals, you showed the Obel pick, you showed your control strategy, that got banned twice, then being the second pick both times, you managed to get both of those supports. So really, really decisive game. Thank you for walking us through the thought process of both games. It was really, really thorough. Now you're all the way through to the grand finals tomorrow. You've made it there. You've shown a control strategy. You've shown an aggressive strategy. Do you have more cooking? Because each time it seems like you've got something up your sleeve.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I think against Revelation that has like 4 units all faster, yeah, I don't even know anymore. Like, if I'm just outsped, I get 1 shot.
Well, congratulations again. Now you've got the luxury of watching that final match and taking some notes on who your potential opponent's going to be for tomorrow. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break and come back with that final semi-final match. One player has been locked into the first slot of the grand finals with only one game left to go for today. Let's find out who's going to be his opponent, starting with the next two players. First up, we have Reroll. And his opponent will be Han. Gentlemen, it's the last match of today and the final step before the grand finals. Reroll, I'm going to start with you up against your clanmate. How are you feeling going into that last match for today?
I'm stressed as fuck, sorry.
Han, you said you were the underdog in the last match. Do you still feel like you're the underdog going into this one?
Maybe not, because I'm good against Revelations.
All right, well, let's see if that pans out. Best of luck, gentlemen. Please proceed to the stage.
Well, congratulations, Vulcan. The Aussie wasn't the first person to swear on stream, so I think you might have got the win there. Oh, mate. This is going to be a really big one. You know, we're locked in one finalist already in Kekka. We've now got Reroll versus Han. We were just talking to Kekka off screen as well, and he was saying Reroll's pretty damn fast, guys. Like, he's got some fast characters. So I'm interested to see how this goes. But Han feeling confident, you know, saying I'm good against Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, Yongyo might have been even faster than Reroll, and he managed to get it over there. The one thing is that Han's disadvantage is that Reroll has seen those strats now.
Yes.
So has that insight into the way he tries to counter Revelation. So it's a matter of, can you counter the counterplay? So we have to wait and see, but definitely sounds like Reroll is a little bit nervous judging off his pre-match interview.
Yeah, he definitely feels like he's a little stressed out. But it's going to be exciting to see. I mean, Han clearly played a blinder versus Yongyo. Like, a draft absolutely on point. You know, literally, as you mentioned, played one round with 3 units. I mean, you know, his ungeared base level Yang did nothing that game realistically, apart from I think a defense buff increase for the team. But here we go, we're going to jump into the draft. This is our final game of the day, guys. After this, we'll be waving goodbye until tomorrow, where we'll come back with our grand final, as well as some other surprise moments as well for you on stream. We're going to jump into that band phase. You can see Reroll and Han, some of their favorite units on screen here. Yeah. I'm excited to see where the band's coming though.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, you know, Han felt like the underdog at the start, but he showed just what he can do. And I'm super keen to see if he can actually pull off that same type of performance in this one again.
So we'll see what the bans are going to be. We're looking for the pre-bans at the moment to see what both players are prioritizing. It is a ban of Yang for Han, makes sense versus a Revelation player, and then going to ban Neo for Reroll.
Yeah, didn't want to have to put in that under-leveled Yang again without gear. It's not his favorite character to play, so definitely makes sense why he is going for that option.
All right, we're going to see. Where are these guys going to go with the draft? Plenty of first pick options on the table. We've got Tsukiyomi open, we've got Doki Doki open, we've got Lily open. It is going to be Tsukiyomi open, getting locked in here for Han. So again, a very threatening Animus. We know what they can do, advance one person all the way up to their next turn. So pretty strong, and immediately a response from Reroll with Lillian Kazuyo.
Yeah, and we do know that Reroll is super fast, and then Han probably trying to pick that Tsukiyomi. Probably, you know, if you have it, you're probably building yours fast anyway as backup, but also counter-picking it from your opponent. And then he goes ahead and picks up the Hoyan, as we've seen from Hoyan in this tournament already. She is fantastic. And then protected pick with the Ling Luo. If you are playing that slower type game, being able to not only survive the early game, but then also heal up for the late game is very important. So that's why we do have the protected pick of the Linglo.
All right, and now we're going to see the picks coming in from reroll. Obviously, Hoyen probably difficult to ban though because you've got Tsukiyomi open as well. So Hoyen, a really nice pick in conjunction there. Let's see where reroll goes with his protected pick. He still has quite a few options left on the table. The things like Doki Doki, the things like the Heinrich, which hasn't been taken away just yet. So I'm excited to see where reroll decides to go. It is the Heinrich and the Bjorn. So Bjorn comes out, which is not something we've seen this tournament yet at all. I think we saw it get banned once, but I haven't seen it get picked yet.
Yeah, he is a very strong, and I think the reason he's coming out, maybe reroll doesn't have a Messiah to lock in. I'm not too sure, but we do have essentially 2 counters to that Hoyen coming in because Born can also ignore passives, and then Heinrich with his buff block is going to stop the Soul Ward coming out for the Hoyen.
Look at this though, an interesting twist. We get a Tiamat and an Obol coming through to finish out the draft for Han. So he's kind of going more down that bruiser again, trying to be a bit more anti-revelation. You mentioned how many lighthouses he has on his team as well.
Yeah, definitely. And then final pick coming in is the Freya, and the bans have rolled in already, and it is the Tiamat getting banned from Han's team and the Lily getting banned from reroll. So trying not to get outsped, but we have seen how fast that Freya is as well. So we've got to see how this pans out and whether we can cut in.
And it is a very fast Freya, that is for certain.
It is a fast Freya.
It is a fast team.
Fast Born. It is a fast Heinrich, and it is a fast Kaz. So the whole team being faster than his opponent here. But once again, we do have that Hoyen to deal with, and if we do too much damage before the Heinrich gets to move, that Hoyen is going to get the revenge in. So massive damage,
oh my God,
as we've seen, and we
damage.
do get the lighthouses coming in. We do get that Ling Load cutting in front thanks to that lighthouse, able to go ahead and heal up and get those immunities back on as well. Going to put on a bunch of those whale prayers as well, which is something additional that we have to get stripped. Now we do have 2 strippers coming up as well in both the Heinrich, but we also have Born with the ability to strip as well. We are going to go ahead and boost our Obol out, and now we can go ahead and stun as well. So fantastic, that lighthouse play coming in super clutch in this one so far.
And now we get the Hoyen's chance to move as well. So yeah, as you mentioned, Freya not doing enough to get the job done in the first turn, and then the control comes through. Han actually played this super well.
And just gets to choose whoever he wants, and there you go. The Heinrich just getting absolutely dropped. Love seeing those plays from the Hoyen. She's such a pivotal character when you don't have the counter, and Heinrich being that counter, getting deleted already.
And we have a double stun, obviously, because we have the
Yep,
Codex of Magic, so it is going to be another set of turns that we will not see something come through. Another AoE hail available, so we have both the Ultimate, the S2 and the S3 available. Just going to be extending the buffs with the S2, which I think makes sense. No need to blow the full Ultimate just yet.
Definitely.
And now we have Hoyen's chance, and not quite taking out Kazuyo.
Close to the Kaz. Can we get the kill on the Kaz? No, we can't. This should be able to finish it off with the skill 1, I would say, but if not, if the dot lands, it's definitely going to finish it off. So there we go. The dot does land, and that is going to be enough for
Revelation
the Kaz.
on Bjorn, though. Oh, no, it's a Codex.
That's a Codex, yeah. He's a single hitter, so we do have the Codex. He does have the strip. Some big damage on that one as well, but once again, he does ignore passives. Just keep in mind, we do need to heal that Hoyen back up because he could have actually sniped that Hoyen, but she's back.
Kazuyo does, oh yeah, well, the dot will drop, so now we've got the opportunity for Freya, but doesn't have the ultimate, so realistically, not a lot that reroll can do here. And I think tries to get the damage down onto Obol, but this is looking pretty good for Han in this first game.
I think that's just about all you can do. We do have another skill 3 to come out on the Born, but I don't think it's going to be enough to do anything because it's not going to get Hoyen into kill range, and if it doesn't get the Hoyen into kill range, it's kind of just going to be game there. So let's see how this one goes.
Oh, it does take
the Obol, but that
the AoE from Freya. The AoE is not
but
Revelation.
No Revelation. We've
yeah.
desynced from the Revelation, so we're not going to be able to get that in there.
I got excited.
No. But we do still have the threat of the because we do have self-healing on the skill 1 from the Born, so it's still definitely a threat because he is about to move, but the skill 3 is what he needs to hit the Hoyen with. So the Hoyen is still free to go ahead and get some kills, and then we can also get the revive as well with this one.
And she's got the ability to take down someone here. It probably will be the Bjorn.
Yeah, play it safe, get rid of the Born, get your Obol back, and that is a really, really clean game coming out there from Han.
Wow, brilliant play. Drafted again really well, I think. Set himself up perfectly. You can see just how clever he thinks about these picks and bans, and yeah, a great strategy from him.
Definitely, he did say before the game he does have a good play for against the Revelation, so He's showing that in this one. He's 3 from 3 against Revelation so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and obviously, speaking to Kekka, he thinks that Reroll is the fastest in the tournament. So if he's able to outdo the fastest in the tournament, and this is what I love. I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here, Vulcan. You know, a lot of people will look at PvP sometimes and say, well, if you just got the most speed, you're going to win, aren't you? But, like, realistically, Han's showing right now that no, that's not the case.
Not always the case.
I've got the counter, and I think, like, he's brought a specific matchup to deal with Revelation players, thinking it was going to be sort of the dominant strategy.
And we definitely saw the power of the Lighthouse. The Lighthouse on that low, just saving him the game, essentially. So the Lighthouse being super powerful. And we do have the next round of pre-bans coming in. It is the Mio and the Yang in this one as well. Definitely keen to see if we can get anything from Reroll to counter to the Revelation.
Now, it looks like we are going down a similar path of picks and bans here. Lily coming through was banned previously by Han in the post-ban phase. Wait to see what Han locks in, but he's just going to run it back with Tsukiyomi and Kazuya. Oh no, Kazuya is coming out earlier this time round. And it's actually not going to be on Reroll's side, it'll be on Han's side. Now, protected pick is on the table, could also potentially deny the Ling Luo, which is still available for Han if he wanted to go for it. And it will be just waiting to see what Reroll decides on here.
Definitely, and the Kaz, I believe Han's Kaz was a control. I don't think we're going to see Revelation on that one. I think it was a Codex when we saw it last time, off the top of my head. So yeah, we got to wait and see how Reroll goes. I think you have to counter pick in this one. We do go ahead and get the Holden and the Obel. Is that coming in? Okay, leaving that Ling Luo open, knowing that it has the Lighthouse. It's a very powerful character to counter the plays, but it looks like we're going to go for more of a control-based game as opposed to that Revelation game, because the thing with the Lighthouse is you need to take a bunch of damage to proc it, and if they're not dealing damage and they're just playing the control game, strip with the Holden, control with the Obel, you're not getting that benefit out of it.
And it'll be with the Ling Luo in the protected slot. The Tiamat comes through again. That was previously banned away by Reroll in the post-ban phase. Let's see how Reroll runs this second half of the comp back. As we mentioned, a little bit of an adaptation here. The Holden coming through the Obel protected, so no longer going to be able to use Tsukiyomi to push Obel to the front. And we'll have to see. It could be, I mean, Heinrich's still up, obviously. Heinrich's still up. And we also have the Freya, which we know was a very, very big damage dealer for Reroll in the previous game. Not able to get the kills, but did take everyone down to about quarter HP.
Yeah, definitely. I think those supports that also can deal damage with the Revelation. When we know he has Revelation built, you're kind of going to bring the supportive Revelations into this kind of fight, especially when you've gone more of the control type base at the start. We'll have to see what he actually ends up locking in for this one to really finish off his roster.
You're going to want something that, obviously you've got a lot of buff strips here, but I mean, you've got Obel for buff stripping, you've got Holden for buff strip, so you've got to go for Heinrich for buff strip as well. So, like, are those immunities, those whale preyers, they can get stripped off, and then Messiah as well here. So, bringing a big damage dealer in the form of Messiah.
Yeah.
And obviously a bit of a bait for the ban as well. Like, you know, you want to maybe a bit of a bait on the ban of Messiah. So we'll have to see how Han responds to this.
Yeah, I would still anticipate the Lily ban. I think that's just the safest bet on this one, just through fear of pure speed that could be offered in that one. And Han picking up the Yelly in the last spot. Okay, so 2 big damage threats. Wanted to get those damaging threats in. Off memory, I feel like his Kaz was pretty decently fast as well. So the bans are coming in, and it is the Kaz that is getting banned by the looks of it, and the Lily getting banned. So obviously trying to ban each other's fastest, but that Tsukiyomi squeezes through, and I'm wondering if that Tsukiyomi is going to be fast enough to boost the Yelly and maybe have a big threat.
Well, let's see. It's Holden that is fast here.
Yes.
Heinrich is fast, and Obel is faster as well. So Holden immediately jumps in.
Okay, the immunity stays on the Tsukiyomi, though. The Tsukiyomi keeping the immunity, not the one you would have wanted. You would have rathered it stay over.
We've got plenty of opportunities to take that off, though, and they're actually going to focus down the Yelly here. So could either go for, okay, yeah, we're going to go for the stun. Obviously, 2 immunities up at the moment, so.
Yeah, and the Yelly gets through without getting stunned, and now we get in the Revelation here with this one. Big damage. Who's the follow-up on?
It's the Heinrich.
And it is the Heinrich. Heinrich goes down. Now, we are in a little awkward position. We could boost her back up, maybe try and get rid of the Messiah, and there goes the damaging option. So that's what I would anticipate, but who knows what he has cooking. Maybe he wants to boost his Ling Luo and get some healing and shielding back up, but I just think that Messiah is still a big threat, using the count as well.
Oh,
just goes for the base.
I think he just silenced Messiah.
Yeah, that was big risky play, but we do still have the Tiamat in there for damaging options, and a Tiamat basic will take out the Messiah, but it's a matter of whether we can get round to it. Ooh, thinking about this one. Okay, resetting the Ling Luo. I think we got both activations there. The stun does come out and it lands on everyone except for the Ling Luo. So Ling Luo gonna get a turn here, but she has been reset. She could manage to get the cleanse.
Bit of damage
goes,
comes
yeah,
down.
so-
She's got all of her abilities
Oh, okay,
available.
so she didn't get
the
cooldown
Yeah.
reset. We missed that. I didn't see the text. So there we go. We get the cleanse, we get the healing. Unfortunately, we didn't get the cleanse of the stun over on the Tiamat. So she is going to be locked out for another round. So we're going to have to wait to get around to that.
However, a healthy Tiamat. She's got 5 stacks, so she's pretty close to transforming at this point. And she's not looking any like she's going to be going down.
Here comes the
anytime soon.
Messiah, big nuke.
Oh!
And there goes the Tsukiyomi, but we still do have the Tiamat and the Ling Luo being absolutely vital, getting that skill 2 in for the healing. And Tiamat is at 7 stacks, 1 stack away. If she takes any damage, she's going to transform and she's going to kill that. Well, the Messiah is protected with his invincibility. He has to see how much he can do with his skill 2. I have to say, if he goes for the Ling Luo, that Tiamat can still carry this. The transform comes in from the shared damage, goes straight into the skill 1 with the AoE damage, but the Messiah, due to getting that kill, he does keep his invincibility up. He's not going to get a kill from this one. And do we have the damage on this skill? The invincibility is up for another turn, though. And he does have his skill 3.
Has it reset his ult? Has his ult reset?
His ult
yeah,
has,
his ult's
and
reset.
this could be it. How much damage? Just not enough, but are we gonna? We get the lighthouse for the heal, which is gonna bring the HP up. Do we have the damage? We got the invincibility. We're gonna have to live the skill 2 of the Messiah and then try and hit some damage in
Is
after that.
Yeah, okay, we have to wait it out. He's going to have a skill 2 up. That's surely it. That's surely enough damage.
Just enough and well played. A great game on that one. The Messiah clutching it, and that is the annoying thing about Messiah. He can just chain those invincibilities, and you just never get a chance to deal the damage.
First series going to 3 games. That was a great adaptation. A great adaptation from Reroll there. Really well played. Excellent choice with the Messiah as well, bringing it to the table. Then again, like you said, had the Lily for the bait ban, so new Messiah was going to roll through. Wow, that was a great game.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match. I think back to that Tsukiyomi going the silence on the Messiah. I didn't know if getting the boost and going for the kill on him may have changed things, but...
I was thinking maybe you boost Yeli and just guarantee the kill onto the Messiah, take him out. But yeah, it's I guess Han will reflect on that again. We've got one more game. These guys aren't done. Got to reset. After this, you're probably kicking yourself thinking, I could have done something different. Got to reset, get back into that pick and ban phase and go again.
Yeah, definitely. And that was a fantastic match. And that's one of those ones, there's a lot of decision that shows in this game that some of those matches, there's a lot of decisions that can influence the game along the way. It's not just the pick and ban and then going straight into the strategy and either win or lose. Some of these games get dragged out and a lot of skill does come into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really clutch decisions there. Same bans, by the way. We're going to see the Neo ban and the Yang ban as well. So now waiting for the first set of picks. And it's going to be Lily on Han's side this time round. So Han going to first pick Lily away. But this now means that Reroll has the option for Tsukiyomi, which he hasn't had the option for this entire series thus far. And he could potentially lock that in and take that away from Han this time round. It is a little bit of like a back and forth when it comes to these draft phases. He is going to go for Tsukiyomi, and obviously he's running. I think he's running the Revelation Kazuyo. So yeah, taking that away from Han as well.
Yeah, definitely, and we've seen how fast Reroll is, so those are 2 very threatening units once again. And I do love the Tsukiyomi, that straight boost, you get the attack buff, works super well with your Revelation units. Freya's still on the board as well, so he may even pick up Freya in the future as well, having an extra attack buffer, extra damage. It looks like he's going to play more of his straight Revelation play this time as opposed to that Control, which the Control sort of got him through the last match, so maybe he's changing it back up and thinks he can just outspeed and nuke with this one.
Han doesn't look too happy, so the hands in his head. He wasn't super happy with the last phase that went through, but it is Messiah and a protected O-Bowl that comes through here for Han.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the threat of the Messiah in that last run. That his Messiah is on Revelation as well, was it, or was his on the White Fang? I can't remember which one his was, but Messiah being a massive threat nonetheless in this one. And then O-Ball, we have seen a massive turnout from O-Ball in this tournament across the board, starting with Kekka all the way in the first match and coming through into this match as well. The stuns, the dots, and the strip, all fantastic strategies.
O-Ball been a real pickup for most players in this tournament thus far. Just a very, very clutch pick. And showing you don't need just SSRs to dominate. Like, he's just an SR, just a standard SR, really easy to get, actually really easy to max dupes on as well if you put enough permanents on.
Yeah, definitely.
Holden and Freya, Holden being the protected pick here for Reroll. That'll round out his composition. Now Han choosing to respond. We haven't seen Ling Luo, by the way, this entire tournament. Obviously, Han going for Ling Luo in the protected spot both times previously. Does still have the option to go for it this time round as well. And could also go for a final pick of maybe his Yelly. He might be worried about damage output because he's only got the Messiah there.
Yeah, and we did see that Holden almost come through, but missed the reset in the last game, which would have been a massive turnout from him as well. That Holden, if he does land the turn gauge reviews and the reset, it is so crippling to your team and the strategy he's trying to do. So definitely a great pick. And then Freya, obviously, we know rerolls Freya is super fast, big damage, but the problem for him in this matchup is if we see those lighthouses, which we see the Ling Luo lighthouse come through, and because we had picked the Messiah in the early game, we now have that Hoyan who doesn't get to get countered by the Messiah, who can actually put in a lot of work in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that was so clutch for Han in the previous round was his Hoyan basically single-handedly won one of the matches for him. And reroll gonna round it out with Veronica here.
Okay, Veronica, he's looking to gap and get those the buff steals out with that, and also get the soul ward. So honestly, I'm kind of liking Han at this stage. Let's see who these bans come out. We are waiting for the bans to come through, but I've been loving the play of Han. So Han losing access to the Ling Luo, which is a big one, meaning he has no sustain left on his team, and the Kaz is getting banned from Reroll's team.
And we know that there is a fast Freya here, faster than the Lily. How does he want to play this? He's going to go for the buff straight away.
Plays it safe with the skill 2 on this one, not wanting to risk those lighthouses. The Lily as well is on a lighthouse. Interesting to see, to note, to gap between. But we do have 2 units faster, so let's see what he actually goes with now. I anticipate the Holden may not proc the lighthouse either on his turn. So who are we going to boost here? It's the awkward thing when you lost your damage. What are you going to bring?
Just chooses to go for the AoE.
Yep, and now we have the Lily. We could just boost the Messiah and go for some straight up damage here, or do we want to get that twin trick on the Hoyan, because her basic attack, if she does happen to get her fleeting land stacks, can hit really hard as well.
Yeah, you've got plenty of options. Really interested to see where it goes. Obviously, we've also seen him run it on the O-Bolt to try and go for... It is going to be on the Messiah, I think, but not quick enough to get him past the rest of the board just yet. And here comes
now, just to note, the attack break here is going to be big on the... There's big damage from that Holden as well, doing a chunk on that one. And we only managed to land 2 stuns on that one. The Veronica escaping it, and also the Holden escaping it. So that is a big play. That I did not expect that much damage out of this Holden. But the Holden also getting the attack break on the Messiah, which is very important to land as well. Soul Ward going on the team as well. We do get that Revelation proc. Once again, not going to be as much damage because we do have the attack break. We have no attack buff. Still reasonable, but not as much as we're used to seeing out of some of these Revelation damage dealers.
No, and now we are going to get
the Hoyan. So
choose where to go. She probably will pick off someone here. So
it's one of those ones, did you want to save it? No, we go ahead and we use it on the Freya, but you know, it is your revive tactic by landing a kill. But now that we have done that, we do have the Tsukiyomi probably in basic attack kill range for the Hoyan for a revive if we need to on one of our allies. So the skill 2 comes out on the Lily. I didn't see if it reset cooldowns. We get 2 stuns there. The the Veronica escaping it. She's on the Codex, so she does have the skill 3 available again. Let's see what she goes ahead and does. It's going to steal that invincibility, I would assume. Steals the invincibility and spreads it to her team. So whole team invincible at the moment. The O-Ball is a long way away to be able to use his strip, so we're just going to have to kind of sacrifice turns at this stage, wait for them to rinse through, lose their invincibility, and then see if we can pick them off again.
Now, obviously, the Holden and the Tsukiyomi can't move, but they won't die this turn, which is the most important thing.
And there goes the Tsukiyomi.
Nice, yep.
Yeah, but it was one of those ones, now we don't have that revive option because we're going to struggle to kill either of these other 2 with that basic attack, but we are still in a fantastic position in this one. We've got the O-Ball coming up. He can strip that Veronica, convert those into poisons, which does add a little bit of damage as well. We go for that basic attack. He does get the revenge. It's always a threat attacking the Holden because of that revenge that he does have.
And it's low HPs across the board for Han right now. He is looking pretty good.
Opts for that basic attack into the invincible Veronica because he didn't want to risk the revenge. and that HP-based damage coming in absolutely massive. Just to note here that the Hoyan does have her revenge available, so she could actually go ahead and nuke the Holden. I don't believe the Holden has his skill 2 available, which could increase the cooldowns on that. So the Hoyan is still a massive threat.
How far are we away from skill 3? No, two turns away. So, I mean...
Yeah, Obal's kind of out of this one, so it's really down to if this Hoyan can turn a game and revenge kill the Holden, but the Holden having elemental advantage and that chunky shield, I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it. Here it comes.
See, is he going to get the kill?
He does! And it's down, and there comes the Messiah back.
It's the risk he had to take. It's the risk he had to take. Yep. He really didn't have that many other options, and again, the Hoyan.
The Veronica skill 2 can still do some massive damage. She's going to knock out the Hoyan on this one, I would anticipate. And that skill 2, as we saw, can do some really good damage, and everyone is super low. Now, I can't remember where Messiah's cooldowns were at, and Lily not boosting anyone with her ability because she doesn't have that twin trick active, and Messiah taking a decent amount of damage. We need to get another turn from that Obol, and when we're attacking that Veronica...
He's got the burst, but
it's not enough. It is not enough. We need to boost that Obol, but Obol is not going to be able to gap in front of that Veronica, and I think Veronica's still one turn away from her skill 2.
But she has got the ability to, I think, take down Messiah here. So it's about whether she can sustain herself through the Obol, but she's on such low HP. Even if Messiah goes down, you don't fancy the chances of just this lone Veronica.
Yeah, no, if she had that skill 2 available, it was a massive threat, but unfortunately for the Veronica, she's going to go down to that Obol. And doesn't have enough damage on it. Saw that as the threat, but we get the dots, we get the stun, and that is going to be where the game is going to be decided. We get the cooldown reduction, and there goes the Messiah Revelation proc. And the man gets to finish it off.
Brilliant stuff from Han again. The Hoyan coming in clutch in this comp. That was incredible. And again, honestly, he's been my favorite player to watch, I think, so far. He's had some really unique strategies. I think he's won through draft. I think he's won through in-game choices. I think genuinely has been that underdog story, but underdog story to the point that he's just such a great watch in these tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. And that the big play in that game there was definitely that Hoyan. I didn't know if she would have the damage to go ahead and knock out that Holden. She did, and completely flipped the game around completely on its head.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from Han there. That was honestly a masterclass in my opinion. I think what's really interesting is that both Han and Kekka have got here on similar merits. Kekka has come with some really incredibly well thought out strategies. He brought something to counter the turn 2 players, and frankly, turn 2 has not done that well at this tournament thus far. And then he brought his very classic Revelation, just so happened to outspeed and deal with his opponent. And as you mentioned, he talked through his ban strategy that was just very effective versus Depour in that semi-final. And Han came through. Han running, I don't even think Han running a particular strategy, just running really intelligent counter picks in individual Animus, bringing those individual Animus to the table that were the right one at the right time in these pick and ban phases.
Yeah, and I would also say his use of the Lighthouse has been absolutely fantastic through this one as well. But the interesting thing is, Han seems to have the direct counter pick and counter play to these Revelation users. But as we saw from Kekka early on, he's not just a Revelation user. He has his counter to these slower type players. And I would have to say that for Kekka, I think the person he would rather play in this match between Han and Reroll in the grand final, I think he would have rather play against Han. So getting the option that I would imagine he wanted, because he knew that Reroll was fast with a lot of fast characters, which was going to counter him. So I'm looking forward to this grand final.
It's going to be really interesting. I actually think we might have the perfect grand final for strategic pick and ban phase. Both of these guys are intelligent drafters. And both of them like bringing in the O-Bowls in, like bringing in these little sort of side picks that are really important. We are tomorrow going to have a banger best of 5. I think you're going to have something really fun here to watch between Kekka and Han. Now, let's take a look at how Han made his way through that semi-final. It was a full best of 3, all 3 games for the first time today. Hard fought, but Han came out on top. Let's see how he did it.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Han after the closest match that we've had all day today. I mean, one of the games went down to one character each. We saw the massive revive at the end, too. And I want to start with all the casters and a few of the players backstage. We talked about how Reroll has one of the fastest compositions in the game. Did you factor that going into the match, or was that something of a surprise?
No, actually, no. He was fast because he's playing Revelation, of course. But even if I'm in the same guild as him, we don't share everything, every stats. So I expected him to be fast, but not so fast. Like, I was actually surprised. Mainly on the game, on second game, I picked Lily, and he was faster than me. Or the third, I don't remember. But.
And I remember when you sat down here, you were talking about how you felt like you could have closed out that second game. What happened there?
Actually, when it was my Yeli's turn, and I had the Revelation procced, I kinda trolled because I should have chosen Masaya as the main target, and he would the game would have been much easier because Masaya really clutched that game.
Well, it was still really close, and you managed to close it out in game number 3 in decisive fashion too. Now you're going into the grand finals. But earlier today, you told me you were the underdog for both matches. Are you still the underdog going into the grand finals?
I would say if we were like Saturday morning, if we were yesterday, I would have said I'm still the underdog. But today, actually, I was in the same room as the other finalist, Kekka, and I think he really is the GOAT of the game. Like, I really improved my gameplay and my strategies by talking to him all day.
And that's a lot of respect for your opponent tomorrow. Best of luck in that grand final match. That's all that we have for today. We're going to send it back to the casters to round out the day.
Vulcan, what a day here at the EWS 2025 Global Invitational. Han, very humble. Kekka, the GOAT of the game. I think a lot of people agree, the GOAT of the game. But, you know, Han going into it, having known that he has a tough challenge against him, but he's had tough challenges every step of the way and has still come out on top.
Yeah, definitely. I'm loving the Han play. I love an underdog. I think everyone does, and it's been fantastic. You know, we all anticipated early that Kekka was going to be a high performer, but, you know, Han coming in, I'm really looking forward to this game tomorrow because, like you said, both of these players are the ones that just didn't kind of rely on the strategy that they came in with. That they've been counter-picking and using different things just to get over the line against what their opponent has.
Yeah, I mean, let's. I'd love to know what your favorite player of the day is, and what your favorite sort of moment from the day was.
I'm gonna have to say Han with that first period when we saw first of all that Hou-Yan play. Yeah. That Hou-Yan, and we said it before the match, Hou-Yan can completely swing a game on its head, one-shot someone from full health, you revive someone at full, and completely change the game. And then going into game 2, picking a level 3 Yang to clutch the win, 3 versus 4. That was my play of the day.
Yeah, no, I kind of have to agree with you. I was hoping you weren't going to choose the same as me, but you've chosen the same as me. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, guys. Let's have a look at where we stand at the end of day 1 here. Incredible 6 games we have powered through, and we are now into that grand final. Kekka, the GOAT of the game, versus Han, the scrappy underdog who's managed to fight his way through 2 matches with very convincing fashion. And to be honest, I'm really looking forward to this. I mentioned to it, before we went to the interview, I think this is going to be a really exciting final, just from a strategic point of view. If you're one of those people that loves to think about pick and ban phase, loves what each individual character can bring to the table, this is going to be one of those guys. You've got Kekka, who frankly is goated in strategy. He's really, really good in the pick and ban phase. You heard him talking about how he outbanned Depour in that second game to get a pretty simple win. And Han, you've just seen it. We don't need to talk about it. We've just seen it in the way that he's managed to kind of deal with his opponents through these scrappy picks and bans.
Yeah, and definitely with Han, I want to say he played against 2 amazing opponents with a really fast revelation and managed to get the job done.
You can see we've got the finals tomorrow kicking things off, and then afterwards, a legendary challenge. I actually don't know anything about that, so I am not going to be able to tell you guys. You're going to have to tune in tomorrow to see what the legendary challenge is all about. We are also going to have basically the influences of the match, the show match going on. You've got Jamesma, Gacha Smack, Shishizo.
We got our man Shishizo.
Shishizo, Mr. Poke, YDBC, and Limaloose. So yeah, going to be a really, really awesome match between those guys. Obviously, Mr. Poke's team ahead in-game voting by quite a margin, but obviously there's all to play for tomorrow. Incredible, incredible day, Vulcan. Any closing thoughts?
Honestly, I'm just really wrapped with the day we had. It started off well with Kekka going something completely off script with his whole control comp, and it went all the way through from the other side with Han just playing the perfect counterplays throughout the day.
Well, an incredible day, guys. I got to watch so much amazing Etheria PvP action here, and we have one more huge match in this tournament to go tomorrow, a best-of-5 grand final tomorrow. We will be crowning the very first EWS Global Invitational champion. Make sure you tune in. We'll see you then.
Nothing's ever what it seems, as I was left alone to bleed, reaching for anyone or anything. I pulled myself from the dark, lonely in the dead of night. Fear became a friend of mine that I grabbed tight and tamed, a beast inside of my head. Something led me out, a very glimpse of what was soon to be the final piece of all my fantasies. Everything I ever dreamed on the horizon now, taking hold of insecurities. The strength I knew I had inside would be my savior now. Even if I fall, this could never be the end of me. As I crawl away back to my feet, bracing for the storm that tried to chase me down, like a phoenix rising from the I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fight again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to fly again. Thought I was left for dead, but I was born to die again. Can you hear the battle cry? Whispers turning your blind eyes. Listen closely, let it in, and you'll be safe and sound. Lonely in the dead